Good evening. How are we tonight? I woke up really late. I'm never not going to wake up late. I feel like it's so hard to pull myself out. I'm really thankful that when I burned my mouth yesterday, that it's mostly done hurting by now. Like, only if I mess with it a little bit. But I had the weirdest, like, I guess it would be a dream, except you might also call it a nightmare, where I was, I had to like suck a whole lime with my mouth, in my mouth, like just like shove the whole lime in there and like spit the pith out, not pith, like the fleshy fibrous part, like the innards. I guess it was cut already, but not like fully cut. But just the texture of like the interior of the lime kind of matched the roof of my mouth. So I think that's where the nightmare came from a little bit. Just that texture, and that's why everything hurts in my mouth. Yes, dream self. That is exactly it. It is from the streamline, and not my own hubris at eating something far too hot for consumption. Mm, mm. And I don't quite like. Like, it shouldn't really matter if it were a lemon or a lime doing that sort of thing, right? But for some reason, lime is what sticks out. Lime. It could not have been a lemon. It could only have been a lime. Actually, now I think about it, it may have been the size too, and not just the color for that. Because limes are usually smaller than lemons, right? Or is that just the kind of limes that I get? The limes that I see, like key limes. Key limes are quite small, aren't they? Compared to even a normal lime, and compare that to a lemon. So I'm trying not to drink or eat too many hot things to let my mouth recover. But on that note, I picked up something that I had heard was very good, but it's also a hot thing, a hot drink. There is a tea called Throat Coat that is supposed to be good for your throat if you have to do, I guess, a lot of speaking or singing. I think I heard Grimmy was doing a stream on throat health, and she suggested it as like her top tea pretty much. There were others too, but this one was supposed to be very good. And I want to clarify, I should specify good as in good for you, not good as in good tasting, because the predominant flavor of this is licorice. It uses a lot of, I suppose, licorice root in it, as well as something called slippery elm. And I don't know what slippery elm tastes like, because all I can taste is licorice. It's thankfully not quite as strong as another tea I have in terms of licorice flavor, but still, it's just kind of I don't like this. I wouldn't choose to drink it, but if it's supposed to be helpful, I will drink it. So I've been trying to learn to not dislike the tea quite as much. So I think this is my second or third licorice tea that I've tried, and it is so far the most palatable out of them, but still, I don't like licorice. I don't know too many people who do, but I do know some folks who do enjoy it. I ended up getting from some northern European country a chocolate covered licorice set for someone who very much enjoys licorice. And it was just sort of they offered to let me try some. It was kind of nope, this is all your present. This is all for you. I won't take anything from it. Just even covered in chocolate, I don't think I could eat licorice. I think it even had like salted licorice and flavored licorices too. But again, Like, I guess maybe it's an acquired taste, and I can understand that there are other things that I enjoy that other people won't, that are acquired tastes. Ah, if you've ever had Goya Champru, for instance, that's another thing that is a bit mm, a bitter melon, Japanese bitter melon. It's it can be rough. It can be a little rough. Uh, there is also, I guess a lot of wines that people don't like, and also alcohols in general. But that's kind of a two-pronged problem, isn't it? There's the taste of the alcohol, and then there's the actual taste. I should split that into two. There's the alcohol burn that people may not like, and then there's the actual flavor to go along with it of whatever it is. For instance, something that's super bitter, or something that is super peaty, or something that's super licorice. So, like, multi-pronged issue there. Mm-mm. And a lot of people don't like red wine, I guess because of the, like, drying tongue feeling, but I used to not enjoy red wine either, but I was able to try it in a few ways that broadened my horizons, and now I actually quite like red wine. You pissed off so many people. Who did you piss off? Welcome, welcome, by the way. What did you do? Mm, I don't. Just pissing off so many people thinking about that. Uh, I don't think I've done much that should be that offensive. I suppose there's one thing that I've done, but it was not intentional, and I want to say it had the opposite effect for me. Mm-mm. More, I guess, of a like desire to be liked. So, like, knowing people hate me, it stings. But what can you do? You just have to keep moving on, right? Mm. Mm. And eventually it won't matter. It'll be replaced with something else. Or they never come to like you. And it will be fine anyway. Dropping in for the night shift? Mm. I hope you're doing well. I hope you get to take a rest if you need to do that after your shift. I know some people who also, well, I mean, I also do night shift, and I sleep like right up until I need to get up usually, and then I'm active afterwards. So I hope that, depending on what kind of person you are, like if you need to immediately go to sleep, I hope that you're able to do that, because I do know people who are like that. Like they'll wake up early, and then their work is like one of the last things they do in the day or night in this case. I made a Twitter pic with a picture of Shin Megami Tensei 3. You asked if it was Persona. I mean, that could be an actual question, right? That could be an actual question. I'm going to show my ignorance here because I've only ever seen, I suppose, Persona played. I've never played it myself, but I've seen a couple people play it, ranging from when it came out for the, what was it? Oh, what was it that came out? Delving into the history of consoles here, because I don't think I actually own this console myself, but when the PlayStation 3 came out, I think it was. Let me check. Came out in November 2006. Okay, when the PlayStation 3 came out, I saw Persona being played then in person. That had a Persona game, right? It's an obvious fun poke. Okay, so like, it's not the word. It's not something super serious that you've pissed off people with. It's a video game. They should be able to get over that. Hopefully. Unlike some other things. Unlike some other things. Mm, mm. But I swear there was a Persona game that came out. Okay, personal, 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 personal. Okay. So like I don't I don't know what Shin Megami Tensei 3 is. I mean, I know what Shin Megami Tensei is. It's just like I don't know how it makes it different between that and Persona. So I suppose it just was never imported. Oh, I guess it was never imported. Hmm. Or it was imported under the Shin Megami Tensei name. I don't know enough about it. You would have gotten me with that troll. You would have gotten me with that troll. Oh, okay. Never mind. So like Shin Megami Tensei Persona is like a spin-off, huh? Persona is a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei thing. So it has that name, but at the same time. Okay. I get it now. I get it. Sometimes there are some very confusing relationships between games. Like I haven't played Nier at all, but I do know I've read the I guess timeline for it, like both the actual, well, the chronological timeline in terms of game and also like the uh, release schedule. So I know when it gets to like translations and stuff, it gets kind of funky. Mm-mm. And then there was that whole thing with Harvest Moon, right? That's another one that gets a little tricky because of, I want to say, translation differences in terms of naming schemes, and also the whole thing about the publisher, the English publisher, losing the right to it. So they put out their own Harvest Moon that was not the same idea, but different way of achieving it in different looks, right? For the new English Harvest Moon, so that the things that used to be called Harvest Moon are now translated under a different name and banner. What is the name of that banner, though? It's not obviously Harvest Moon. And it would help if Harvest Moon actually. It would help. Oh, wait, no, it's on a full moon. It would help if it were disambiguated. Story of Seasons. Okay, yeah, Story of Seasons. Mm. So that kind of change. Mm. I had to wake up earlier today just so I could take a lesson. I feel like I'm improving quite a bit, but I still have a very long way to go. Okay. And Saturday, like normally, because I didn't stream yesterday because of my mouth issue, I'm doing reading tonight. And I think that Saturday, I don't have an official schedule out this week, but Saturday at 1 p.m., I'm going to be doing a Pathfinder PvP game on Dr. Conrad's channel. So this is all in preparation for that. Thank you. Okay, I want water. Headpad shouldn't be that small. What happened to headpad? Headpad is like. What happened to headpad? Oh. What happened to headpad? I was trying to fix something earlier, and I think that may have broken it. Primrose. That's still good. Petting the wine bottle on the top left. mm, mm. Okay, posture check. Okay. I really have to I have to work out something a little bit better for this too. Sitting a little crossed in the chair. But don't knock over the wine bottles. Don't knock over the wine bottles. Some of them are some of them aren't opened, and some of them are opened and need to be probably drunk a little bit more quickly. Honestly, you can drink just fine on night, not a Friday night. Just like 1 or 2 glasses with breakfast or dinner, depending on how you see things. Or cooking. I think actually that's the last reason why I bought a bottle and opened the bottle. And I still have it open. I needed a dry white wine for something, for cooking purposes. I think I ended up getting something with a monkey on it. It's really kind of... Okay, try not to get cooking wine necessarily for cooking with. It's nice to have something that you can also drink along with dinner because it's going to match. Why? I don't actually eat cereal. You must understand. I don't eat cereal. Wine and cereal, though. No. Also, I don't eat cereal with milk usually. I'll eat it dry. But I haven't actually, I don't think I've eaten cereal in like a year. Unless you count porridge, in which case I've had that more often, or oatmeal, like the same content, different format. Because I've had like cold oatmeal and warm porridge, and those I'll put liquid into. You kind of have to. It's far too dry otherwise. But yeah, like cereal's a crunchy snack. No, I had let's see. I think it was a pasta dish that I used the the wine for. Use wine instead of water. The oatmeal that actually might work because of the fact that it's this was a fad a few years ago. Overnight oats. So like I think that wine could theoretically work for the overnight oats. But I don't think it would work for the porridge. I don't know if... Oh, wait, maybe if it's a red wine. Hold on, let me take some notes. Let me take some notes on that. Okay. Like a red wine porridge. I want to say there's got to be like a French... Someone French must have done that, right? Right? A red wine porridge? Like a hot red... Well, not hot, but like a warm... Because I don't know about having like necessarily warm white wine with it, but like, I hadn't considered it either, but I think that could work. No, more so, I had a roast dish because it's coming up on like the cold season, so pulling out some more I shouldn't even say hearty meals, but like warm, longer meals. So I had a roast with what was in it? Pearl onions and pasta and something else in it. I don't know if it is the real thing, but we can make it. We can try and make it happen. I don't know if you heard about this, but I do intend on eventually having a stream that is a wine ice cream tasting. There is a group out there that puts out wine ice cream. Like you have to buy it. When you buy it, you get carded because it still has a alcohol in it. So I plan to do that, but I'm waiting for it to get a little cooler for ease of storage. So it's just kind of well, people use wine for other things too. Not use, but there's sangria. There is that one, I think it's a Spanish drink, where it's a mix of red wine and cola. And I mean, people heat up their wine and put spices in it too, spiced wine. So, like, what about like a cinnamon spiced wine with oatmeal, huh? With porridge. Like that might work. That might work. And if it doesn't exist, we'll try it. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. So I suppose I have something to set aside in the future. Something to try. Okay, okay. Otherwise, just thinking about like, the weirdest thing I've put wine into. It's mostly just been like real food. Not real food, but I mean like actually cooking with wine. It's pretty normal. It's pretty normal. I did once try and do the vodka watermelon trick, but that didn't really work out right. That didn't work out right. I think I waited too long or something because like it just straight up tasted like vodka gasoline and not watermelon when you ate it. It was not worthwhile. Oh, and I guess also like once I helped make jungle juice, or so it's called, but that didn't really turn out very strong. So I don't really know if it qualifies for that name. Maybe I should say what jungle juice is. It is when you're young, you're trying to get trashed quickly, and you are basically just using up sugar to cover up the taste of alcohol. I've drunk gasoline. I have not drunk gasoline, but there are notes of gasoline and things, right? I've done lots of tasting of different types of alcohols and well, not like a huge amount of food, but different types of food. And you kind of get used to things. Like I've never, okay. I'm just thinking like, wait, no, I don't think I can say that. There's things that you can smell, and smell is closely associated with taste, and you can kind of get like when you taste it along with the smell, like it gives you the feeling of that thing, right? So people might say that something tastes like leather or something tastes like cat pee. Like cat pee is an actual note in some wines. It's not a good note, but it's a note. And I've never drank popcorn, but I've definitely had wines that tasted like popcorn, burnt popcorn. So just, and there are other things too. Let me grab out my notes. I have a thing for this. I tend to keep track of what I drink because I want to make sure that I'm trying new things instead of recycling old. Okay. I say I drink this. They have flavor profiles. So, for instance, here's another one where it's kind of a question of like, what the frick is that? But I would know it. So there could be notes of like chlorophenol. I don't actually know what chlorophenol is. There are, in fact, wines, well, slushies. There are wine slushies. I think that you could make it a smoothie if you added dairy or something to it, but I've had wine slushies. That is a thing in some areas. Yes, jungle juice is a mixture of drinks as pop. I've not seen the pop. When I learned jungle juice, it didn't have soda. It had just like basically juice, as you said, and alcohol, and you were supposed to use really strong alcohol and like sugary juice because the sugar would mask the alcohol so you could get wasted really quickly. Except we ended up measuring out what the like alcohol percentage was for what we made, and it was less than 20%. So it's just sort of it was closer to wine. It was closer to wine or like a mead sort of, but it didn't actually taste like mead. It was okay. It was okay. But I think we used too many like I want to say like more so getting rid of bottles that existed so we didn't have to move them. So we had things that were probably a bit low in there, like I think that they're expecting you to just use a lot more like straight up vodka in it than like liqueurs and stuff, you know? Yes, there are definitely wine smoothies. Those tend to be made with sweeter wines. Let's see. Isovaleric. Uh, lacquer like. So lacquer like is another flavor profile where it's kind of a you shouldn't drink lacquer. Do not drink lacquer. I actually do know someone who drank lacquer or some kind of stripping liquid for furniture, and I want to say he was a very lucky man to be alive, and he ended up having to like blend his steaks for the rest of his time. I mean, like liquefy. If he wanted steak, it needed to be liquefied. Uh, let's see what else. What else? What else is in here? Oversweet is a thing. Peppery. What is the note for like cat pee? There's just a skunky. Lacquer has a type of. I wouldn't well, like paint is a word, but it's a. I guess it has a paint. It's just that it can be clear, so it's kind of weird for there to be like when I think paint, I think opaque, solid. But yeah, a liquid, or I guess actually, can you make like a hair lacquer, as in a spray or something? I don't know about that. Mm. But yeah, lacquer is a paint. So I guess like you can drink it, but you're not really not supposed to. Like really, really do not drink lacquer. Waxy is another one. Like you don't drink wax. I guess you can eat it, but you shouldn't. You probably should. I don't think it'd be very good for you. There are some new words in here that I don't know. Like, what does sendable mean when it comes to drinking? Sendable. As in, like, send that message, make it sendable. Sendable. What's that mean? But yeah, the big one I can think of for like something that people can taste but will never have actually like drunk would be the cat pee scent. Smell, taste. You've drank syrup once? What kind of syrup is the question? Like just straight up, what kind of straight up syrup are we talking about here? Because that must be. Like I think there are some syrups that would be fine, and some syrups that would be extremely bitter. And syrupy is one of those words they can use to describe something. I've had syrup. Well, I mean, there are definitely drinks that are on the syrupy side. I would say like most Starbucks drinks are very syrupy, aren't they? If you get one of the frou things, like a frap, like it's just layers and layers of well shots. I guess shots, ropes, canned strawberries. Canned strawberries. I've not had. I don't think I've had straight up canned strawberries. I've had like canned mixed fruit, but not canned strawberries. Let's see. No, I've not had canned strawberries. I've never had canned strawberries. Just thinking, like, oh, that would be good for rhubarb pie, right? Except in my family, when we make rhubarb pie, we don't use strawberries. We just use the bitter rhubarb, and that's it. I'm not entirely certain why. Well, I shouldn't say that. I know why we don't put strawberries on our rhubarb pie, but I don't know why they started it in the first place. Unless it's simply a cultural difference, honestly. Do you know what rhubarb pie is? Do you know what rhubarb is? I realize not everyone may have grown up with rhubarb. It's a red vegetable, like a stalk vegetable. It has a green leafy top, so it looks kind of like not exactly like lettuce because it's mostly stalk and not as much greens. But it's also supposed to be very tart and pink. It's very tart and very pink, and people would cut it up and make it into a pie. And I guess to balance the tartness, they add strawberries to it. Except we don't do that in my family. No, I've never had canned strawberries. I've never seen canned strawberries. Like, okay, I should say I've never seen them, but I've probably seen the cans when I've gone shopping, but I've never had a need for them. So I've never like truly looked and seen them. I've not perceived them. And usually with my yogurt, maybe this is again the way I grew up. I didn't usually have a whole lot of mix-ins, I suppose, with things. So, like when I eat porridge or oatmeal, I'm used to having it without anything added to it. There's, okay, salt, add salt. And same with yogurts too. Like not really adding anything to it, just having plain yogurt. Not much for flavor, my family seems to be. Most of what I've learned about cooking has been outside of what my family has taught me. So I still have like when I make oatmeal and porridge and yogurt, I'm more likely to have it plain rather than with anything flavored, but I still enjoy it. But I suppose it's also a case of like, I'm lazy. I don't want to have to do anything else for it. So it's fine the way it is. It's fine plain. Because if you use the can, so like you have to open the can and then you have to make sure you use it all before it goes bad, right? And how often do you eat breakfast? How often do you eat yogurt, truly? Or is it just me that tends to skip breakfast? I want to say I usually skip it. I've been having it more often because of streaming, because it's kind of like, okay, what time do you eat breakfast? What time do you eat lunch? What do these words mean? How do you define them? So, for instance, like breakfast, it's the first meal of the day, right? Or night. So, when you eat it, do you do it before work? Does it count if it's like 3 or 4 hours into your day when you eat breakfast? Because in that case, like I eat breakfast a few hours after I wake up. But because of the timing of it, it falls more into like what if you flip the time over, it would be around noon, I guess. But it's more like midnight. So like midnight lunch or like midnight breakfast. I need to go check on something. I think I just heard some dancing cat feet, and I hope it's not someone having an episode. Okay, someone was playing right outside the door. I heard a bunch of like scrabbling. And normally that's a warning sign for me. But in this case, no, someone was just active and wanted attention. Someone was just active and wanted attention. But I'm back. So, you often oversleep. I understand that. I understand that. Again, I think I would probably try and eat before stream, but I pulled myself out. I pulled myself out of bed really late. So I might actually also have, I guess they call it like morning voice, but at the same time, like, I just woke up, but it's not morning. Does that count? And also, I've heard, I only recently learned about morning voice, and I don't think I sound that much different after warming up. I do understand the vocal warm-ups actually help quite a bit after starting to do some, but I didn't do them today. Or at least I did them today, but not for stream. uh, but breakfast, I want to say breakfast in the morning. Well, breakfast is breaking fast. It's breaking your sleeping fast, or like just breaking the long streak of not eating. So technically, the first meal of your day after sleeping is your breakfast. But, but again, like, it feels weird to say like, ah, yes, I'm eating breakfast, and it's like midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. But I've been awake since like 8 or 9 p.m. So, so what do? Have a good night shift, Auxilia. I hope it goes well and hope it goes quickly. But, so, I also want to say like, having having alcohol for like breakfast when breakfast is at night, like that's like the only time you can, if you're out, that you can actually have it early. Because like these, I want to say a lot of places won't serve you alcohol if it's like 9 a.m. and you're about to go to sleep necessarily. Like some will, but most simply won't have it on the menu because they're not made for that. The places that serve alcohol are all closed at that time. So kind of have to adjust a little bit. Have to adjust, which is a bit unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? Mm, actually, okay. So we were doing skills. We were doing skills, and I left off on heal last time. So what do I have left? I know I have a bunch of skills left, and I should really be focusing on something else in terms of it, but I think that knowing what the skills are used for is going to be incredibly useful for me coming up, and a little bit harder to read in the moment. So I'm going to try to check this out, finish this out. Okay, hopefully this will be fine. Hello, Sakio. How are you doing? It's a pretty flower. Hibiscus. So skilled. I am incredibly skilled. Although that should come at no surprise because I'm going to be playing a rogue in the game, and rogues get 8 skills, or 8 skill ranks per level. And I'm also a human, so I get another skill rank per level. So it should not be a spoiler that my character is going to have a number of skills. My character is going to be useful in situations. Mm, mm. So let me bring it up, bring it up. Flipping to the right section of the book. I'm going to be broken. I am going to be broken in that I'm not going to survive. Again, I'm going to be incredibly surprised if I end up in the if I end up in the upper half of the ranks. You have a hard time understanding English orally? That's okay. That's okay. I might be a little bit hard to understand as well because I'm doing like ASMR kind of whispery stuff. And I also have I have some noise filters on which might make me sound a little glitchy sometimes to remove echo, room echo. I was a little late because I was trying to refine it actually, and it felt really strange because every time I moved it to make it filter more like background echo, it actually made it sound worse. It made it sound more echoey. So I think I have to go back and find the right spot for it. I really wish there were more options in a few programs to save positions for things. I'm really thankful that for my microphone right now, I have a little piece of tape on it, 2 pieces of tape to let me know where my normal settings are. But I can't I can't do the same for maneuvering my NVIDIA broadcast sound. So I just have to kind of guess each time, like, what's the best option. I also know that I want to say, they, mm, I suppose like having an American accent is considered a non-accent, or at least having an American accent like mine is considered a non-accent. I do have like a twinge, like a wisp of another accent that kind of slips in every now and then to certain places, but an American accent is still an accent. The Northwest typical accent. Uh, so that might also cause issues, especially because when I'm not reading, I tend to speed up as part of that natural local speaking pattern, I should say. And I also have trouble listening a lot of the time. I actually really like reading things because you get to understand things at your own speed versus audio, where if you miss it, you, it's harder to rewind. And it's even like harder and more embarrassing to rewind live, with someone else asking them, like, what? Captions are incredibly helpful. I want to say I'm used to reading captions quite speedily. And I know the answer is usually like, yes, of course you would, you weeb. But one, it's not because of that. It's for another reason. And also learning the difference between subtitles and closed captions. I've mostly had to deal with closed captions actually. But yeah, captions. I'm used to seeing captions in a lot of places. He turns them off. Yeah, usually when I have a choice, I also turn captions on. And there's also the case of just like, I want to say, I tend to play noises all low. I don't like loud noises very much, but that also plays exactly counter to my issue of not being able to hear things. Not being able to hear people, I think more so. And if you ever saw The Witcher, the TV series on Netflix, it was on Netflix, right? I feel really bad. I actually really really needed those subtitles, those captions on for that show. I only saw up to I think episode 3 or 4, but I could not understand what went on that first episode if it weren't for those captions. And I only got to turn them on partway through because like I can do this. It's not that hard. It's not like they have an accent, sure, but just I think the lowness of everything. Mm-mm. Unintelligible to me. Unintelligible. Unintelligible. But then again, for some of it, the visuals are enough. You don't need to understand what the words are. You don't need to understand what the words are. I want to say, at least when it comes to people online, like Discord, I'm really glad they can individually bump people up in terms of audio. And I feel like if I have to use 200% on someone, that's usually not on me, that they have to. Everyone else is probably also going to be asking them to adjust, so I can eventually bump them back down. Netflix dubbed anime never has the CC, just the English sub, which is different from what the dubbies actually say. So it's more like local. Well, in some cases it's localized, but yeah, subtitles are not closed captions. They're different. they have different purposes. They have different purposes. Closed captions also should have, theoretically, descriptions of noises as well, which is not something that you'll find in subs. So slamming doors, or background chatters, or gunshot noises, the things that you need in context to enjoy the larger story. I'm trying to think. There was, I think, one or two shows that I've seen that had closed captions, like very specifically closed captions and not subtitles, but I don't remember what they were. I don't remember what they were. How they got that line from the Japanese. There are some VAs who, or other, since I used to do a little bit of volunteering at cons, I heard some VAs talk about that sort of thing. I distinctly remember one of them. I think I don't know why. I think it was Brina Palencia, but I think it was Brina Palencia talking about having to do how she would work through an episode in terms of ADR. I'm trying to remember what ADR stands for. ADR, but like they call him an ADR director. Oh, and they're doing this. Okay, it's not alternative dispute resolution. Automated, no, it's not automated dialogue replacement. Okay. It's not, no, okay, voice acting. I'm pretty sure it was ADR. Automated dialogue replacement? I suppose that is it. Additional dialogue recording. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I distinctly remember it was a woman who was talking about it. And she was talking about how she would be watching an anime at like whatever speed. I think she would usually speed them up to get through them a little quicker. And every time someone opened their yap in the anime, she would have to make a note of it. And every time that they made a noise, even if you could not see the mouth flap, she would have to make a note of it to make a script to follow. And then she would have to basically keep track of the mouth shapes if possible, if there are any, and like how long the mouth shapes were, so she could try and get something that kind of fit the mouth flaps, because that's more important, I think, in English dubs than the original Japanese. The Japanese, at least, used to not care as much about the mouth flaps necessarily meeting the words, the vocals, but English audiences really felt, I think, English audiences really wanted the mouth flaps to somewhat match. So I think part of it is like understanding the gist of the line and also trying to make those flaps work. Because that might be the harder part, honestly, for some cases. But yeah, I don't think they do a whole lot of closed captions necessarily. The subtitles are usually enough. But again, they're not one-for-one replacements for each other. I mean, with COVID, there may actually have been a few people who have like YouTube videos about it posted up, especially the Funimation voice actors, because they dabble a lot in not just like the voice acting side, but like the script writing side. They seem to a lot of the time be people of many hats when they work there. They move up from like mere voice acting to, I don't want to say more managerial positions, but like behind the scenes work. Okay. I have a book open and I haven't actually started yet. I opened the book, but I have not started it. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Quiet. Oh, there's a cat. Hold on. Need more voices in dubs? You mean like more variety in the actors? Mm, I mean, that's not a bad thing. It might just be hard to. Well, I shouldn't say it would be hard to find, but hard to find people who meet the criteria. And also, I want to say it probably doesn't pay necessarily super well. So you need a lot of work to support one person. Which is probably why you find a lot of people who pile on the work. Like why you hear the same repeating voices in a lot of places in certain companies. And then there's also the case of, and I remember this from another event that I attended. It was a male voice actor, and he was talking about directing a very, very, very popular property, and of it was a case of like, this is a one-off character, right? I'll just voice them. Like it's no big deal. I can make up a new voice for them, and people won't be able to really peg it's me. Just to like, we don't want to have to hire one individual person to do this throwaway character. So he would do that, and he would voice a lot of like throwaway characters, except next season that throwaway character becomes more important, and then you have this one guy who's voicing like what was once initially just like one line here or one line there for throwaway people is now suddenly doing a lot of like the second or third string characters, like actual more proper characters with more lines. So that might also be a case of it, for longer properties anyway. Something that was supposed to be small, a small part ends up evolving into something larger. This isn't something that would happen for a lot of the smaller projects that are common now, where it's only just what the word is core now, isn't it? But like 1 or 2 seasons, not for those shows. This is for something that ran for years and years and years. I had to bring a cat in. I'm wondering when she's going to want out. There was a fight. I had to stop. And I figured, since she was the one left, that I would invite her in. She just looks a little confused. It is not Contessa, though. It is my Xanax mom. I have 2 female cats. One of them is a bit of a stray and untouchable, and the other one is, so we were talking about wine. So she's like a drunk wine mom all the time. Her brain is half slipped out, but she's real cute, so she's fine. Yeah. I can almost get her to meow in command. I can almost get her. Let her in, don't let her touch. I just went down to pet her. I cannot let Contessa in. I cannot even like approach. I shouldn't say I can't approach her, but she still won't really come out of her apartment. She's still not interested in that. So I'm stuck with her there until her and another cat get along or something else happens. Okay, intimidate. Actually, she is suffering from being intimidated, constantly intimidated by my boy cat. And he really wants to intimidate her. He wants to make her know that he is boss. She's not super interested in that. Okay. I'm going to swap out from this music to okay, we're going to swap over to the library again. But now Xanax mom is just going to probably chill on the floor for now, and maybe she'll come up to cuddle, but she probably won't. When I was sleeping today, I had both cats on the bed, It was very cute, but also a little bit uncomfortable. But Xanax mom wanted a lot of attention. So much attention. Very prickly. It's very nice having cats that you can basically pet to, like, I don't want to say their detriment, but like she doesn't really swat anymore. She won't tell me no. She won't tell me no. Very cute. Very, very greedy. Okay. Intimidate. Charisma. You can use the skill to frighten an opponent or to get them to act in a way that benefits you. This skill includes verbal threats and displays of prowess. You don't even know the half of it. Check. You can use Intimidate to force an opponent to act friendly towards you for 1d6 times 10 minutes with a successful check. The DC of this check is equal to 10 plus the target's hit dice plus the target's wisdom modifier. If successful, the target gives you the information you desire, takes actions that do not endanger it, or otherwise offers limited assistance. After the Intimidate expires, the target treats you as unfriendly and may report you to local authorities. If you fail this check by 5 or more, the target attempts to deceive you or otherwise hinder your activities. Demoralize. You can use this skill to cause an opponent to become shaken for a number of rounds. The DC of this check is equal to 10 plus the target's hit dice plus the target's wisdom modifier. If you are successful, the target is shaken for 1 round. This duration increases by 1 round for every 5 by which you beat the DC. You can only threaten an opponent in this way if they are within 30 feet and can clearly see and hear you. Using Demoralize on the same creature only extends the duration. It does not create a stronger fear condition. Action. Using Intimidate to change an opponent's attitude requires 1 minute of conversation. Demoralizing an opponent is a standard action. Try again. You can attempt to intimidate an opponent again, but each additional check increases the DC by 5. This increase resets after 1 hour has passed. Special. You also gain a +4 bonus on Intimidate checks if you are larger than your target, and a -4 penalty on Intimidate checks if you are smaller than your target. If you have the Persuasive feat, you get a bonus on Intimidate checks. See feats. A half-orc gets a +2 bonus on Intimidate checks. There is actually a half-orc in the party. Feels weird to say party because we're not working together. But yes, there's a half-orc in the party, so that's good to know. Okay. So we have knowledge next. Hold on. Knowledge seems like it would be big because there's a lot of different types of knowledge, but at the same time, there's it's all in one big format. It's all in one big chart. But at the same time, it's all in one big chart. Geese have smaller intimidation, or great intimidation despite their smaller build. That's fair. A racial bonus, maybe. It might be. Thinking about that, like, yeah, I guess maybe that would be like a racial bonus thing for them, for that type of bird specifically. It might also be a. Just thinking, like, if there were a goose in my hall, would that be scarier or less scary than a goose out in its own grounds? Like, maybe there's such a thing as a bonus for, like, being in your own lair? Because that could theoretically make, like, things more scary. Uh, oh, she's wandering. She's wandering and crying. I don't know if she wants out or if she'll want to come up. Sweetness. No? No? Come here. Would you scratch? Yeah? Would you like to come up? Yeah? Yeah. Just don't do anything dumb. Yeah? Good girl. Okay, hold on. I need to organize things so that if she is not going to knock anything important over, because there's a lot of things she could ruin very quickly if she just steps. No, 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 that's not your water. That's not balanced either. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh no. Come on, be a good girl. Gasp. Sweetness. Sweetness. And now, oop, she doesn't cry. Now she doesn't cry. Sweetness. Sweetness. She's rubbing. She's rubbing. Okay. Maybe she'll be good. Uh, she's not quite. She's like a different sort of cuddly than my other cat that sometimes shows up. He will come and he will uh wait for an invitation to come settle into my arms as I'm doing this. Last stream entirely he was wrapped up in my arms. And this one is rubbing her face all over my monitor. And now it's kind of a question, is she going to settle on the mouse pad? And she is. Oh yeah, she wants the belly rubs on here. Sweetness. Hey. And now I can't get a cry out of her. I cannot get like a cute little meow. And she probably won't while she's up here then. The time has passed for conversation. It is only time for pet. It is only time for pet. She's ignoring me, so I will ignore her. We will get her love. We will get her cries by the end of this, hopefully. Maybe this will work this time, but I kind of doubt it. Okay, we are reading about knowledge. Oh, not knowledge yet. Knowledge. Knowledge. Oh, it did sort of work. Excellent. Thank you for the headpad. I know it's a bit late. I did actually see a few stats for geese. Like when Untitled Goose Game came out, people were making goose stats for D&D. And also, I think I remember seeing like a goose hydra that was really intimidating looking. Like a Canadian goose hydra. I don't remember any of the stat blocks for any of them. Not a stat block memorizer. But they do exist out there, even if they're not official. But using unofficial stat blocks is like really fun. Okay. Knowledge. Int. Trained only. You are educated in a field of study and can answer both simple and complex questions. Like the craft, perform, and profession skills, knowledge actually encompasses a number of different specialties. Below are listed typical fields of study. Arcana, ancient mysteries, magic traditions, arcane symbols, constructs, dragons, magical beasts. Dungeoneering, aberrations, caverns, oozes, spelunking. Engineering, buildings, aqueducts, bridges, fortifications. Geography, lands, terrain, climate, people. History, wars, colonies, migrations, founding of cities. Local, legends, personalities, inhabitants, laws, customs, traditions, humanoids. Nature, animals, fae, monstrous humanoids, plants, seasons and cycles, weather, vermin. Nobility, lineages, heraldry, personalities, royalty. This... What do you mean? Is this still rogue? This is knowledge trained. Or like knowledge, the skill knowledge. Which rogues do have some... Let me check real quick. I believe knowledge... Some types of knowledge are a class skill for a rogue, but I don't remember which ones. I can make a very good guess as to which ones are which. Okay, so rogues get dungeoneering and local as their two. Not all classes are equal in terms of their skills, so it just happens that rogue gets two. Okay, let's see. Planes. The inner planes, the outer planes, the astral plane, the ethereal plane, outsiders, planal magic. Which class? What do you mean, which class? So, like, the rogue class gets only two. I know the wizard class gets all of the knowledge as a class skill, or class skills. I am reading through Pathfinder 1E, and we are reading skills, and I'm currently on knowledge. I'm reading through knowledge. It's the SRD version of Pathfinder 1E. So nothing too complicated, just what's really available. I'm doing well, Sebastian. How are you doing? Good evening, person. Good evening, person. It's not quite a D&D book. Pathfinder 1E is like a spin-off of 3.5. Using the SRD portions of D&D 3.5, and they made their own game out of it and made up their own classes to go along with it. But the base of it is open. And I have played D&D 3.5 before, so I am familiar-ish with that. I'm not familiar with Pathfinder, so this is my first read-through. I have not actually played a Pathfinder game myself, but that is going to change on Saturday. Yes, this is just skills. So I will read very quickly through the, sections of the base core rulebook. If you're not familiar with how I shouldn't say how a typical RPG book works, because this is not typical. Each one does it in their own way. In the case of, D&D and Pathfinder here, they have getting started, they have races, they have classes, using skills, skill descriptions, feats, equipment, additional rules, combat, magic, spell list, spell index, and then some additional stuff that is much more suitable for the advanced class or advanced usage, like for the dungeon master, game master, or maybe if someone wants to use a prestige class. Not all RPG books follow this because not all of them have the same concepts here. For instance, Dungeon World, I don't think had a section on races. But they put magic right after the classes, I believe. For instance. And I want to say the White Wolf books would have they have races, and they don't really have a concept necessarily of classes. But it kind of also depends. Werewolf has the moon system to go off of. And I don't think Changeling had anything. Well, actually, Changeling had houses. which is not really the same as classes. And they would, I honestly don't know, for instance, if like a lot of the White Wolf books had a section just for equipment. I don't think they would. I guess for weapons they would, but it feels a little strange. That might just be like written into combat. And they would also often have, at least in the older editions, sections on I guess they wouldn't have feats necessarily, but they had like boons and flaws. Merits. They were merits and flaws. Which were basically extra little bits that you could give your character to give them flavor and also to gain them skills. And they would balance each other out. And you would hope, I want to say you would hope that a DM would limit them, but like, there are some flaws that do not make for good group work or make it very hard for group work. And then there are people who load up on a lot of flaws that don't really matter just so they can get one really good merit. And not really RP the flaws, because a lot of it has to do with RP. Okay, I think someone is waiting to be let out. She left me. Yeah, she's waiting by the door. I'm going to be right back. Cats. There's something that doesn't like a door, that wants it down. It could be a cat, but it's not a cat exactly. It's the one thing I wish I could do. Maybe like I can install a cat door and they won't mess up my acoustics too much. If I install a cat door in my office, instead of having them like cry at the door. I can't have my door open because it leads down into a very long hallway, which is very, I want to say, like, if I thought I had echo problems now, I think it would be way worse if I had that door open. Okay. Knowledge again. So we did not quite finish the knowledge typical fields of study. We have one left. Religion, gods and goddesses, mythic, history, ecclesiastic tradition, holy symbols, undead. Check. Answering a question within your field of study has a DC of 10 for really easy questions, 15 for basic questions, or 20 to 30 for really tough questions. No difference between cat door and dog door? I don't have a dog door. And thinking like, if I got a cat door, would I want it to be one of those fancy ones that's a chip reader? It adds quite a bit to the cost, but being able to say like, no, only this cat is allowed at this hour. Only that cat is allowed at that hour. That might not be such a bad idea. But I don't know how that would work in reality. You can use this skill to identify monsters and their special powers or vulnerabilities. In general, the DC of such a check equals 10 plus the monster's CR. For common monsters, such as goblins, the DC of this check equals 5 plus the monster's CR. For particularly rare monsters, such as the Tarrasque, the DC of this check equals 15 plus the monster's CR or more. A successful check allows you to remember a bit of useful information about that monster. For every 5 points by which your check result exceeds the DC, you recall another piece of useful information. Many of the knowledge skills have specific uses as noted on table knowledge skill DCs. Task. Identify auras while using detect magic. Knowledge skill Arcana. The DC is 15 plus the spell level. Contestador and Catdor. No. I don't. No, they could just use one door between all of them. And I was considering getting her a door for the apartment, but I don't know how that would work out. And it's just kind of like, I can't just slap a cat door in every door and consider the problem solved, you know? I can't do that. Cat doors for the filthy commoners. I want to say Contessa's a commoner more than the others. They all came from dirt. They all came from not great backgrounds. No one's a pedigree in this house except for me. No one's a pedigree. And also thinking about that, I haven't done any sort of test to see if Contessa wants to go outside. I'm a little worried that if I do that, she might not come back, but at the same time, maybe she does enjoy it here. Identify a spell effect that is in place. Knowledge skill Arcana. The DC is 20 plus the spell level. Identify materials manufactured by magic. Knowledge skill Arcana. DC of 20 plus the spell level. Identify a spell that just targeted you. Knowledge skill Arcana. 20 plus the spell level. Oh, no, 25 plus the spell level. Identify the spells cast during using a specific material component. Arcana, DC of 20. Identify underground hazard is a knowledge skill dungeoneering check. The DC is 15 plus the hazard CR. Identify mineral, stone, or metal is also dungeoneering, and that is a DC of 10. Determine slope is dungeoneering with a DC of 15. Determine depth underground is dungeoneering, 20 DC. I don't have class levels. I'm not a druid. I'm not a druid. And what? Just kind of like I could use high heels or something, but that would just sink in the back if you use heels in mud, like on a non-stable surface. That's asking for trouble. There are different shoes for different purposes. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's below one to recognize that fact. Identify dangerous construction is engineering 10 DC. Determine a structure's style or age is engineering 15 DC. Determine a structure's weakness is an engineering 20 DC. Identify a creature's ethnicity or accent is a geography 10 DC. Recognize regional terrain features is a geography 15 DC. Know location of nearest community or noteworthy site, geography 20 DC. Know recent or historically significant events, or rather event. I don't know if there's a difference between the lack of the S or not. I guess it's more of a specific case. Oh no, it isn't. So, no recent or historically significant event is a history 10 DC. No recent... Oh, determine approximate date of a specific event is a history 15 DC. No obscure or ancient historical event is a history 20 DC. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's... You're trying to pull, like, this is Princess and the Pea, isn't it? No. I think that they would use shoes too. I think that they would use shoes too. Just thinking like, okay, Princess and the Pea, but it's like mud and Princess and mud, like barefoot. Thinking about the lesson learned there, a lesson learned from the Princess and the Pea. Like even a little bit can be a little tiny smidgen out of place is like horrific to the princess. I think that like just even stepping in mud would get them riled up. I think it would. Okay. No obscure or ancient historical event is a history 20 DC. No local laws, rulers, and popular locations is a local 10 DC. No common rumor or local tradition is a local 15 DC. No hidden organizations, rulers, and locations is a local 20 DC. Oh, if only I could like pat chat. If only I could pat. All I can do actually. You guys were making a command before, so that did not exist. It exists now. It exists now. But I'm not going to tell you what it is. Identify natural hazard is a nature 15 plus the hazard CRDC. Identify a common plant or animal. Congrats, you played yourself. Now you're the one who's wet. Okay, fine. I'll drink. Okay. Wow. This time it's water. Just thinking the next time the bunk gets filled out. There's also the case of like, I can't. I know what I want to eventually do for that sort of routine, but I can't do it quite yet. I don't know how. Or rather, like, I guess I have to actually make the animation myself. Because I feel like the bonk is. Okay, that deserves something. Okay, there you go. You're bonked. Except you enjoy it. Oh, this is bad. That was a really nice way. It just kind of bonked off the reading. Thirsty, Chad. Thirsty for water. You are drinking water. Let's see. Okay, we did the natural hazard. Identify a common plant or animals in nature DC of 10. Identify unnatural weather phenomenon is nature 15 check. Determine artificial nature of feature is in nature 20 check. No current rulers and their symbols is a nobility 10 check. No proper etiquette is a nobility 15 check. No line of succession is a nobility 20 check. Know the names of the planes is a planes 10 check. Thank you for the follow, Shinrin Station. Hope you enjoy your time listening. We're currently going through the skills area of Pathfinder 1E. Know the names of the planes is a planes 10 check. Recognize current plane is a planes 15 check. Identify a creature's planar origin is a planes 20 check. Just thinking, like, recognize current plane being 15. I wonder, just thinking, does that have... There must be a modifier or something like that for like, are you on the plane that you are a native of? Because I imagine it would be a lot easier to tell about that than other planes, I think. Because at first it would be kind of a question of like, okay, so the material plane, or is it called the material plane? It is, isn't it? The one that most events happen on. That should be really easy to recognize. But what if you're not native from there? Like, wouldn't it be maybe more difficult then? And thinking like, okay, if you just apply it to be like considering natives versus outsiders, then like a modifier for that would make sense. Identify a creature's planar origin, planes 20. Recognize a common deity's symbol or clergy. Clergy? Clergy. 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 Religion 10, DC. Know common mythology and tenets is a religion 15, DC. Recognize an obscure deity's symbol or clergy is a religion 20, DC. Identify a monster's abilities and weaknesses. That knowledge skill varies. It is 10 plus the monster CR. I want to say, I think I know what that is if they don't spell it out here. It will vary depending on the type of monster it is, because I remember this is very important for my character in 3.5, at least the way it worked there. So earlier we described different categories of creatures, such as magical beasts, constructs, dragons, oozes, humanoids, vermin, outsiders, undead. Those are all categories of creature. And they're all associated with a different knowledge. So if you want to know a skeleton's abilities and weaknesses, that would be religion, undead check of 10 plus the monster CR. Same thing with the, well, not same thing, but if it were a dragon, instead it would be arcana 10 plus monster CR. Humanoids would be local plus 10, or 10 plus the monster CR, etc. The deity's clergy. Is it clergy? Clergy? I don't know how to pronounce it. I can spell it. I know what it is. I don't know the proper pronunciation. I've read a lot more words than I've listened to, so. And there's also the potential chance of things that are pronounced a little bit different locally than how they are in other places, or just internalizing improper readings, like apparently infirmary versus my infirmary. No closed captions. I could probably try and make captions for these in general after the fact, but not now. I think that they've done really well with automating that sort of thing. Infirmary is wrong. I didn't actually look up to see if it's wrong, but like, is it really that wrong, or is it regional? Okay, I'm going to look this up real quick. How do you pronounce it? Infirmary. 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 That's how it is. Infirmary. So, I don't think I pronounce it wrong. I don't think so. I'm working on my pronunciation of things anyway. So I guess there's like diction, ways of pronouncing things, and then there's like when you're singing, you have to change up styles a bit. So having to learn how to where did I So the thing that I was just saying a lot, the way it was, I thought correct. I looked it up. I looked it up on Google, and there's an automatic like pronunciation button. So I tried that. Hello, Turk. Hello, Turk. We're supposed to be reading about knowledge skills, but arguing over the pronunciation of words. Infirmary. That's what Google says is fine. If Google says it's fine, it's probably not actually fine. But I'm gonna treat it like such for now. I'm gonna treat it as such. Okay, so action for knowledge skill checks. Usually none. In most cases, a knowledge check doesn't take an action, but see untrained below. I pronounced it just like they did, didn't I? I'll just have to catch it in the moments again. I'll have to listen to it back in the VOD or something. I've had other things that people tell me I pronounce a little strange, or I used to pronounce a little strange. And when you point it out and you try and repeat the word, it doesn't work the same. It doesn't work the same. Like, you can't quite capture that oddness. And I've heard the same thing from others with their accents, or like just twinges of things. Okay, I said, I think I covered that. Try again for knowledge checks. No. The check represents what you know, and thinking about a topic a second time doesn't let you know something that you never learned in the first place. Untrained. You cannot make an untrained knowledge check with a DC higher than 10. If you have access to an extensive library that covers a specific skill, this limit is removed. The time to make checks using a library, however, increases to 1d4 hours. Particularly complete libraries might even grant a bonus on knowledge checks in the fields that they cover. Yes, my character was actually heavily built around that. And she had access to some source of information to help with that. But at the same time, just building a character around knowledge checks is tenuous. Tenuous. Okay. Linguistics. Int. Trained only. Let me update this. Let's update this. This is not going to come up. Oh. Speaking of pronouncing things correctly. You are skilled at working with language, both in its spoken and written forms. You can speak multiple languages and can decipher nearly any tongue given enough time. Your skill in writing allows you to create and detect forgeries as well. Check. You can decipher writing in an unfamiliar language or a message written in an incomplete or archaic form. The base DC is 20 for the simplest messages, 25 for standard texts, and 30 or higher for intricate, exotic, or very old writing. If the check succeeds, you understand the general content of a piece of writing about 1 page long, or the equivalent. If the check fails, make a DC 5 wisdom check to see if you avoid drawing a false conclusion about the text. Success means that you do not draw a false conclusion. Failure means that you do. Both the linguistics check and, if necessary, the wisdom check are made secretly by the GM so that you can't tell whether the conclusion you draw is true or false. Condition. Type of document unknown to reader. Linguistics check modifier is -2. Condition. Type of document somewhat known to reader. 0 modifier. Type of document well known to reader is a +2 linguistics check modifier. Condition. Handwriting not known to reader is a -2 linguistic check modifier. Handwriting somewhat known to reader is a 0 modifier. Handwriting intimately known to reader is a +2 modifier. Condition: reader only casually reviews the document is a -2 linguistics check modifier. Condition: document contradicts orders or knowledge is a +2 modifier. Create or detect forgeries is also covered by linguistics, it appears. So create or detect forgeries. Forgeries require writing materials appropriate to the document being forged. To forge a document on which the handwriting is not specific to a person, you need only to have seen a similar document before, and you gain a +8 bonus on your check. To forge a signature, you need an autograph of that person to copy, and you gain a +4 bonus on the check. To forge a longer document written in the hand of some particular person, a large sample of that person's handwriting is needed. Yeah, just thinking about like, I've not personally made any forgeries, but just trying to imitate a specific handwriting style is difficult. The linguistics check is made secretly so that you're not sure how good your forgery is. As with disguise, you don't make a check until someone examines the work. Your linguistics check is opposed by the linguistics check of the person who examines the document to verify its authenticity. The examiner gains modifiers if any of the conditions are listed on the table above. Learn a language. Whenever you put a rank into the skill, you learn to speak and read a new language. Common languages and their typical speakers include the following: Abyssal, demons and other chaotic evil outsiders. Aklo, Daros. Daros are kind of like... Sorry, just thinking. They look like little gnomes, but they're not quite. They're not... I don't think they're actually considered gnomes. But they're underground evil little creatures. So, because like there is an underground gnome species, but they're actually quite good. And like Daros are kind of twisted versions of that. Okay, let me check. They resemble small dwarves. Okay, like they say they resemble dwarves, but honestly they look more like gnome to me. But yeah, they're little chaotic evil critters, humanoids that live in the Underdark. Linguistics. So, Aklo. Daros, inhuman or otherworldly monsters, evil fae. That's probably why they're tying Daros to evil fae. That makes sense, I think. They do have a slight quality of that in their nature, I think. Aquan, aquatic creatures, water-based creatures. Auran, flying creatures or air-based creatures. Celestial, angels and other good outsiders. Common, humans and the core races from races. Draconic, dragons and reptilian humanoids. Druidic, druids only. Dwarven, dwarves. Elven, elves and half-elves. Hello, Kester. I don't know what the gritty is. Is the gritty a dance? I don't know. I'm rather behind on one of this. So, there was a clip going around of Vesper and Crony doing, not Crony, Hakos, doing a challenge, like Zoomer versus Boomer memes and things like that. Like, and I want to say, I think I failed all the Zoomer things. I didn't know what most of them were. Like maybe the first thing, I think it was flossing the first thing. The rest of it, no clue. I don't have a Snapchat. I don't know what I know what a Snapchat is, but I don't know if I could recognize it on sight. Are you serious? It's a barbecue based dance? How can a dance be barbecue based? How does that work? I don't get it. Uh, I don't know what that means either. I'm going to hope it's good. Make your haircut the Mona Lisa? Why are you cutting up art? Especially, like, okay, the Mona Lisa is overrated, but like, I don't get it. Oh God, like, I didn't really feel very old until then, and now I'm feeling old again. I'm not that old. 330, 330 is fine. 330 is fine. Okay. Elves. The typical speakers of Elvish is elves and half elves. Mm. Okay, my resident zoomer. Well, Mona here? Ah, like Moana? Like going to the back of the school bus meant that you like sitting in the back of the school bus meant you were a cool kid, right? I don't know what Juice World is. Okay. So like I know what Moana hair is. Like I actually did watch Moana, but I watched it like many years after it came out. I only watched it this past year. A mumble rap. I don't know what a mumble rapper is either exactly. I can kind of grasp what it is from context clues, but I don't know if I've ever listened to a mumble rapper. I don't think. Like when you're so back in the day before we all had our own private audio systems that we could listen to at the drop of a hat, we were pretty much at the mercy of whatever was on the radio. And at least when you're young and you don't have any source of like money to buy your own stuff. So just thinking with the way that things have gone, people are able to get like incredibly siloed with their music. So there's a lot of things out there that I don't have a lot of exposure to, especially more modern music, because I don't have to listen to the top 10 anymore. I don't have to listen to the country music station or the classical music station and only listen to what they play. I can put on whatever I want and whatever I want. Spotify is kind of broadening that reach once more, but it tends to be the same things from my set library, which makes it great for certain purposes, but bad for exploring new music. So they mumble the words instead of rapping. Okay. If that's the way it goes. Okay. I know it, like cha cha real smooth. I know what that is. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's about it. Hello, Mazoku. Hello, Mazoku. God, yeah, it's been a long time. Not a long time, but it's been a little while since I've done the cha cha. But I know what the cha cha is. I was thinking, do you guys know what the Macarena is? Like, have you done the Macarena? Is that something that people can still do? Like, is that still something that's played in parties? Okay, people still know what the Macarena is. Hokey pokey. Yes, yes. Not played. You've never actually done the Macarena? Like, you know what the Macarena is, but you've not actually done the dance? Okay. I'm trying to think of other things that were. Look, look. Look. We had limited entertainment in our time. It was that or the YMCA. It was that or the YMCA. Does Hagtoma actually accidentally translate to something in Spanish? I don't know enough Spanish to say yes or no. I know what the intention there was, that turkey. But, well, thinking back to that Crony clip. Not Crony. I'm mixing up the collabs. Song clips are multiple Vesper collabs. Just not knowing what a dial tone was, like understanding part of it, but not understanding what it was. It was sort of those days. Those days. I want to say I'm lucky I didn't experience some of those things. My family had a dedicated line for the internet when I was growing up. We placed a heavy emphasis on the internet, so I never had to go through, I think, the process, or at least it was maybe a very, very short amount of time where the line had to be used double purpose. But I've described some of the other interesting conundrums that came with old PCs. And also, I don't, just thinking, like, I don't remember a whole lot about the specs of my very first computer, like Primrose's first computer. All I remember is I don't want to say I was proud, but I was very happy with the fact that I had 10 whole gigs of hard drive space. That was huge back in the day. But now it's like, oh, I ran out of space on my like terabyte drive. I have to back it up to my slower 8 terabyte drive. Time. Just like 10 times. Wow, more than 10 times the size, like 100 times the size, roughly. Like I know that measured hard drive space is kind of wonky in that it's not like exact because of not conversions exactly, but like advertised space versus actual space not quite lining up in terms of what the definition of a terabyte is and like gigabyte and stuff. Hello, Ravi. What? No, you don't. Wait, you don't put your carpet. Wait. I don't think you put carpet in a washing machine. I don't think you can. You can barely put like a duvet cover in a washing machine. You would need a wet vac for carpet stain like that, I think. Not that I've ever had to deal with that. No. I have beautiful hardwood floors. But I do have a carpet that is supposed to be arriving any day now. It's supposed to really help tie the living room together. But I guess they probably do have huge. No, I have not. I have cats. And I've had other animals that have dealt with this sort of thing before. And just like I saw my neighbor trying to clean out her own carpet, and the process for that, a huge carpet, and that's like that's a big process. It doesn't just pop into a washing machine, I think. Thank you for the follow, Nate. No, sorry that we're talking about carpet cleaning, like literal carpet cleaning. But I will say that one of my cats has a lot of accidents. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. She may have accidents depending on her medicated state. So I've become decent at cleaning that up. Hello, Lavos. Pressure washer or wet vac? I don't have a pressure washer. I don't have a wet vac either. But I have used a pressure washer, and you could use that outside just fine. Just imagining like wet vac you could use indoors, right? I've never actually used a wet vac either. But like pressure washer, take the carpet out back, use a pressure washer, like have it hung on a fence or something that works, right? And the wet vac would be for doing it in place if you can't take the carpet out. Mm. Everything is serious. Everything is serious. We're, I am seriously considering, and this is from earlier, trying to make a wine porridge. Or I should say a porridge with wine in it because someone suggested it. It's kind of a, you know what? That might not be so bad. There has to be a way to make that work. You think it's a throwaway. This is an actual concept that could work. Just like my dream of having a lo mein pizza one day. Of the older age. 330 is not that old. Although apparently it's old enough to not understand the newfangled things. It's not that bad. I'm not a boomer. I'm not a boomer. So we have one last thing for the knowledge. That is unskilled, untrained. Oh wait, no, we did that. We did knowledge. We were doing linguistics. Right, linguistics. I was going through the list. I never got farther than elves. Elven language. Giant. Cyclopses. Ettins. Giants. Ogres. And trolls. Gnomes. Spoken by gnomes. Goblin is typically spoken by bugbears, goblins, and hobgoblins. Gnolls is typically spoken by gnolls. Halfling is normally spoken by halflings. Ignin, fire-based creatures. Infernal, devils and other lawful evil outsiders. Orc would be spoken typically by orcs and half-orcs. Sylvan is typically spoken by centaurs, fey creatures, plant creatures, and unicorns. Terran is usually spoken by earth-based creatures. And Undercommon is usually spoken by drow, dwerger, morlocks, and snurfneblin. I think I pronounced that one correctly. There's a V in there. It makes it a little difficult when it's right next to the S like that. The action for linguistics varies. Deciphering a page of ordinary text takes 1 minute, 10 consecutive rounds. Creating a forgery can take anywhere from 1 minute to 1d4 minutes per page. Detecting a forgery using linguistics takes 1 round of examination per page. Try again. Yes. Very simple. Yes, you can try again. Special. You must be trained to use the skill. You can always attempt to read archaic and strange forms of your own racial bonus languages. In addition, you can also always attempt to detect a forgery. That is it for linguistics. Forgeries. Thinking about Scooby-Doo. I ran a Scooby-Doo game once. It's actually really, and this was brought up somewhere else I saw today. It's really frustrating that they have all these races and a lot of them are typically evil, or were typically evil for D&D 5e. They haven't introduced a Gnoll class, or not class, they haven't introduced a Gnoll race yet. They haven't introduced one of those yet. Like, why not? And I bring this up because, again, I did a Scooby-Doo 5e one shot, and they had a homebrewed Gnoll for Scooby. They had a homebrewed Gnoll for Scooby. Okay. I have played Monopoly. I have played, actually, I think I've tried to play unaltered Monopoly, not homeruled. The worst version I know, it's actually been, I want to say it's probably been a decade since I played Monopoly, so I've only ever really played the basic one, I think. You know, the family copy. The family copy. So I would say the worst version is probably the homeruled version. That's the worst version. Where you get money for pass and go. And buildings are not auctioned off after you land on them. Thank you for the head pets. And thank you for the follow, Tony. Okay. Perception is the next skill. Ben 10 was the worst. I know what Ben 10 is, but I never really watched it. There was a Ben 10 Monopoly, though. That seems really niche. But I guess they thought they'd get the kids in? Like, how does that even work? A Ben 10 version of Monopoly. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kester. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your listening. Okay. Perception. Wisdom. Your senses allow you to notice fine details and alert you to danger. Perception covers all 5 senses, including sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. Check. Perception had a number of uses, the most common of which is an opposed check versus an opponent's stealth check to notice the opponent and avoid being surprised. If you are successful, you notice the opponent and can react accordingly. If you fail, your opponent can take a variety of actions, including sneaking past you and attacking you. It must, because you had it. I want to say, a lot of people thought they had Berenstain Bear books too, but those don't exist, I don't think. It's Berenstain? Berenstain. You know the loophole. Perception is also used to notice fine details in the environment. The DC to notice such details varies depending upon distance, the environment, and how noticeable the detail is. The following table gives a number of guidelines. Detail. Here, the sound of battle. Perception DC is -10. Notice the stench of rotting garbage. The perception DC is again -10. Detect the smell of smoke is a perception DC of 0. Hear the details of a conversation is also 0. Notice a visible creature is 0. Determine if food is spoiled is 5 perception DC. I would think like, no, normally it would be a 0, right? But thinking like, it might depend on how spoiled it is. And I would have to speak as someone who's never eaten spoiled food. Here, the sound of a creature walking is a DC of 10. Here, the details of a whispered conversation is a DC of 15. Find the average concealed door is a DC of 15. Here, the sound of a key being turned in a lock is a DC of 20. Find the average secret door is a DC of 20. Here, a bow being drawn is a DC of 25. Sense a burrowing creature underneath you is a DC of 25. Notice a pickpocket. The DC is opposed by sleight of hand. Notice a creature using stealth is opposed by stealth. Find a hidden trap varies by trap. Identify the powers of a potion through taste is 15 plus the potion caster's level. There are perception modifiers too, and that would be distance to the source, object, or creature as a modifier of +1 for every 10 feet. Through a closed door is +5. Through a wall is +10 for foot of thickness. Favorable conditions is -2. Favorable and unfavorable conditions depend upon the sense being used to make the check. For example, bright light might decrease the DC of checks involving sight, while torchlight or moonlight might increase the DC. Background noise might increase the DC involving hearing, while competing odors might increase the DC of a check involving scent. As for unfavorable condition, unfavorable conditions is a modifier of +2. Terrible conditions is a DC modifier of +5. As for unfavorable conditions, but more extreme, for example, candlelight for DCs involving sight, a roaring dragon for DCs involving hearing, and an overpowering stench covering the area for DCs involving scent. Creature making the check is distracted is a DC of +5. Creature making the check is asleep is a DC modifier of +10. Creature or object is invisible is a DC modifier of +20. Okay. Action. Most perception checks are reactive, made in response to observable stimulus. Intentionally searching for a stimulus is a move action. It's going to be good to know. Try again. Yes, you can try to sense something you missed the first time, so long as the stimulus is still present. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, Kester here. I missed that. Let's see. Special. Elves, half-elves, gnomes, and halflings receive a +2 racial bonus on perception checks. Creatures with the sense special quality have a +8 bonus on perception checks made to detect a scent. Creatures with the tremor sense special quality have a +8 bonus on perception checks against creatures touching the ground, and automatically make any such checks within their range. For more on special qualities, see special abilities. A spellcaster with a hawk or owl familiar gains a +3 bonus on perception checks. If you have the alertness feat, you get a bonus on perception checks. See feats. Okay. Perform is going to be next. Perform. Going to do this one, and then I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break because I need to make some tea. Perform. Charisma. You are skilled at one form of entertainment, from singing to acting to playing an instrument. Like craft, knowledge, and profession, perform is actually a number of separate skills. You could have several perform skills, each with its own ranks. Each of the 9 categories of the perform skill includes a variety of methods, instruments, or techniques, a small sample of which is provided for each category below. Act, comedy, drama, pantomime. Comedy, buffoonery, limericks, joke-telling. Dance, ballet, waltz, jig. Keyboard instruments, harpsichord, piano, pipe organ. Oratory, epic, ode, storytelling. Percussion instruments, bells, chimes, drum, gong. String instruments, fiddle, harp, lute, mandolin. Wind instruments. Oh, I still have perform up. Flute, panpipes, recorder, trumpet. Okay. Sing, ballad, chant, melody. Okay, check. Check. You can impress audiences with your talent and skill in your chosen performance type. Perform DC of 10. The performance is routine performance. Trying to earn money by playing in public is akin to begging. You can earn 1d10 copper pieces per day. Perform DC of 15. It's an enjoyable performance. In a prosperous city, you can earn 1d10 silver pieces a day. Perform DC of 20. Great performance. In a prosperous city, you can earn 3d10 silver pieces per day. In time, you may be invited to join a professional troupe and may develop a regional reputation. "25 is a memorable performance. In a prosperous city, you earn 1d6 gold pieces a day. In time, you may come to the attention of noble patrons and develop a national reputation. A perform DC of 30 is an extraordinary performance. In a prosperous city, you can earn 3d6 gold pieces a day. In time, you may draw attention from distant patrons or even from extraplanar beings. A masterwork musical instrument gives you a +2 circumstance bonus on all performed checks that involve its use. Actions varies. Trying to earn money by playing in public requires anywhere from an evening's work to a full day's performance. The bard's special perform-based abilities are described in that class's description. Try again. Yes, retries are allowed, but they don't negate previous failures, and an audience that has been unimpressed in the past is likely to be prejudiced against future performances. Increase the DC by 2 for each previous failure. Special. A bard must have ranks in specific perform categories to use some of his bardic performance abilities. That's it. Just skill ranks. Just thinking of how this has been adjusted in 5e. I feel weird like skipping 4e for this entirely, but I never really got to play 4e very much. I played like a tiny bit, just like one session, I would say. And nothing to do with these skills, to my knowledge. I think I was playing a fighter, a very fightery fighter, the most fightery fighter there could be. And that was, God, when did 4e come out? Over about a decade ago, was it? Something like that? I think I played it right when it came out, too. One day I'll go back and read that as well. I wonder if that's also got an SRD version. It must have, right? It must have. Since 3.5 does. And so does 5e. Let's take a look. But I'm going to be right back. I have to make some tea for my throat. I will try not to burn myself on it this time. But I will be back in 5 minutes or so. So I will leave you here. And I'm back as well. Welcome back, Rap. So I made myself my tea, and I'm trying so hard to get used to it. And it has to steep for like 10 to 15 minutes, which is really long, I think, for a tea. But I suppose to extract all the slippery elm or whatever out of it, I think I should listen to the manufacturer's instructions. Maybe I shouldn't say manufacturer. Producer? Licorice. Smoked salmon? Smoked salmon is so good. Like hot smoked, cold smoked. Any other flavorings to it? I love smoked salmon. I love salmon in general. Fish is good, but salmon is so great. I feel like my father is actually a bear, not an elf, because of the amount of salmon that he eats. Just like, yes, it's dinner time and need to make something? No, it's fine. We can just eat salmon. Just salmon. Just salmon. That counts as dinner, right? That's fine enough. That's fine enough. Maybe that's also why I'm okay. We're okay with like just having like charcuterie plates and stuff for food, for a meal. Because of my father and his disinterest, I suppose, in cooking, but like I still need food. So preserved meats it is. Preserved meats it is. And cheeses too. Not that the cheeses are preserved, but I guess like in the grand scheme of things that cheese is preserved milk. So altogether, a similar outcome in the end. Have you ever had a lox bagel? Like I guess a regular, whatever kind of bagel you enjoy, and then cream cheese either with lox in it or like plain cream cheese with smoked salmon with lox inside of it with like capers and onions and maybe tomatoes if you like tomatoes. It's really good. It's really good. I don't get to have it very often. Um, it's a it's a breakfast food, so it I can only get it as kind of like for my own dinner, and I don't usually have the supplies to have that on hand, so I don't usually get to experience it. But if I have to be out and about at like hours when places that sell that sort of thing are open, I usually opt for lox bagels. Mm-hmm. Then again, just thinking like anchovies on pizza. I want to say a lot of people don't like fish, right? Except, well, like with the spread of sushi, I feel like it got more young people into it, probably a little earlier than they would be because, you know, anime, weeps, all that jazz. But anchovies on pizza, they're actually pretty good too. They're actually really good. You should try them. But do be aware, it's very salty. It's very salty. Mm. I also don't get it very often, anchovies on pizza very often, simply because there's a whole lot of other pizzas to try. And also, not every place will actually do anchovies on pizzas. I guess they probably don't want the smell lingering. So like even if they advertise that they might do it, they might not have it in stock. Or maybe the driver doesn't want to deal with that scent in their car. I can understand that. It's a very strong thing to deal with. And yeah, like I wouldn't want to try and make it at home. That would just everything would smell like fish forever. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I fear that doing it too often might cause the entire house to smell just like fish. Okay. Okay. So we are going to cover now profession. Profession is wisdom and trained only. You are skilled at a specific job. Like craft, knowledge, and perform, profession is actually a number of separate skills. You could have several profession skills, each with its own ranks. While a craft skill represents ability in creating an item, a profession skill represents an aptitude in a vocation requiring a broader range of less specific knowledge. The most common profession skills are architect, baker, barrister, brewer, butcher, clerk, cook, courtesan, driver, engineer, farmer, fisherman, gambler, gardener, herbalist, innkeeper, librarian, merchant, midwife, miller, miner, porter, sailor, scribe, shepherd, stablemaster, soldier, tanner, trapper, and woodcutter. Oh, that was a very long list. This just reminds me a little bit of naming NPCs, and to some extent PCs, depending on the background. When I was DMing, I heavily relied on naming people after the job that they did. It was easier, I think, for people to remember characters that way. And also, up to a certain extent, it kind of makes sense. Like, there are people out there with the name Granger, and Granger is basically another word for farmer. And Miller, too, is an actual last name, right? And so is clerk. So is cook. And driver. And fisher. So I don't think it's too out of the out of the realm of the norm to name NPCs, especially more simply after their jobs, or at least like give them that title. So it's like blank the butcher, Olga the butcher, having the Granger family be farmers. And there's no reason for someone to have a last name for the Tanner that is simply perhaps not just Tanner or the Tanner. Because it's not like people really liked Tanners all that much anyway, it seems. Like they do provide a very useful service for society, but the smells that came out of that place, awful. Check. You can earn half your profession check result in gold pieces per week of dedicated work. You know how to use the tools of your trade, how to perform the profession's daily tasks, how to supervise helpers, and how to handle common problems. You can also answer questions about your profession. Basic questions are D10, DC 10, not D10. While more complex questions are DC 15 or higher. Tanning salons are useful. Not the same, not the same. Tanning salons are... It depends on how you see tanning, I suppose. If you see it as like basically a shining beacon of this person makes poor choices and pays for them, both in health and in money, then yes, tanning salons are useful. But if we're talking straight up about like regular tanners, like people who tan leather, that's important. Do tanning salons actually smell that bad? I have to admit, I've only been in a tanning salon once or twice, and I was not the one doing any tanning. I am fine with my skin the color that it is. It doesn't need to be a darker green or a deeper green or like a browner green. I'm not honestly certain how it would turn out. I don't know if I've ever known an elf who's, well, a garden elf who's tanned. But I don't remember there being any particular awful smell for tanning salons. But tanning leather, yeah, I believe you need some acids and such that are also commonly found in like urine. So a tanner's place is more likely to smell like urine than, say, the merchant's or the librarian's place. You've never been to a tanning salon? I would say there were a number of tanning salons where I grew up. People wanted that glazed look, the humans anyway. Glazed golden look. And the person I know who did it is a human. A chain tanning salon? There are chains. Like, I feel like there's probably a chain named like Beach Balm out there, right? Or something? I've not heard of the Caribbean. Not in terms of like tanning salons anyway. The convention also applies in French. Oh yeah, Cartier's, and I know what Cartier is. Boulanger. Boulangerie is a bakery, right? Is that right? Because like a boule is bowl, like a bread bowl, or like a bread shaped round. I don't know what a gagnu, but I'm guessing that's like a Granger maybe. Yes, it's common in a bunch of different languages too. I think it might also apply in German, but I'm not 100% certain. But it definitely works in English and apparently in French. I don't actually know too many French people though, so I don't know anyone with that kind of name. Just actually thinking, it might also apply in Italian as well, because I think, and I know this from history, like Mille is Miller in Italian or something. So I think it could also apply for Italian as well. But it makes sense for a lot of languages. Actually, I'm thinking Indian too. Though there's this I can't remember if it's pronounced cast or cased. I think it's cast. Cased. Theirs is caste based. You can often tell by last names what caste someone is from. I think that there are some last names that are pretty much, or at least historically, solely from certain caste. Okay, so it's a caste. So there are some last names that are solely used historically from certain castes. And it's actually a bit of a big issue. The caste system over there. And any sort of it's kind of it's not like, is it racism? I'm not 100% certain. But I do remember, I think Google was having some issues around that, and there's actually even an option in some places, I think, where you can essentially choose a different name to go by, not necessarily because you want to westernize your name, but because you might want to not have to deal with those sorts of issues as much. You don't want to be judged based on any sort of notions that people would have based on your name about where you came from. North of South America. Okay, so I know what the Caribbean is in that context. I've never been. Oh, actually, no, I have been. I have been to the Caribbean. I forgot. I have been. It's just it's been years and years and years. So forgive me for forgetting. And also, it's just kind of a if you're on the water, it counts, right? If you don't go on land, it counts. But I mean, I did go on land, but it's a little different when it's like a heavily guided tour, right? It's a little different than freestyling your way through, I'm sure. Though I do know some people who've done that. I know some people who've actually had to do I want to say, if you're not from some countries, they make it very hard or impossible to own property there. I mean, I want to say it's not necessarily for a bad reason to do that, but I know some people who went through that hoop, and there are, I'm sure, some good points to living down there, but at the same time, I've seen some of the insects that come out from like being close to the equator. I want nothing to do with that. I want zero to do with it. Like, do you have a lot of pig insects, bothersome insects there? It's not for me. Okay. So, profession, check. I think I did that already. Action. The action for profession is not applicable. A single check generally represents a week of work. Try again. Varies. An attempt to use a profession skill to earn income cannot be retried. You are stuck with whatever weekly wage your check result brought you. Another check may be made after a week to determine a new income for the next period of time. An attempt to accomplish some specific task can usually be retried. Untrained. Untrained laborers and assistants, that is, characters without any ranks in profession, earn an average of 1 silver piece per day. Special. A gnome gets a +2 bonus on a craft or profession skill of her choice. That is the end for skill, profession. Next will be ride. Update the text. Riding horses. I'm assuming it's riding horses. Oh, or other mounts. Griffin, Pegasi, things like that. Those count. Animals. Proper animals. Okay, properties. Oh. Ride. Dex. Armored check penalty applies. You are skilled at riding mounts, usually a horse, but possibly something more exotic, like a griffin or pegasus. If you attempt to ride a creature that is ill-suited as a mount, you take a -5 penalty on your ride checks. Check. Typical riding actions don't require checks. You can saddle, mount, ride, and dismount from a mount without a problem. The following tasks do require checks. Task, guide with knees, is a ride DC of 5. Task, stay in saddle, is a ride DC of 5. Fight with a combat trained mount is a DC of 10. Cover is a DC of 15. Soft fall is 15. Leap has a DC of 15. Spur mount has a DC of 15. Control mount in battle is a DC of 20. A fast mount or dismount is a DC of 20. They do explain what all these things are. They do explain them because it's just kind of I know kind of what cover is, but apparently not actually. Apparently not. I'm reading a little forward here and kind of covers. Not what I thought it was. Like it's much more literal. I hate this tea. Okay. Guide with knees. You can guide your mount with your knees so you can use both hands in combat. Make your ride check at the start of your turn. If you fail, you can use only one hand this round because you need to use the other to control your mount. This does not take an action. Stay in saddle. You can react instantly to try and avoid falling when your mount rears or bolts unexpectedly or when you take damage. This usage does not take an action. Fight with a combat-trained mount. If you direct your ward-trained mount to attack in battle, you can still make your own attack or attacks normally. This usage is a free action. Cover. You can react instantly to drop down and hang alongside your mount, using it as cover. You can't attack or cast spells while using your mount as cover. If you fail your ride check, you don't get the cover benefit. Using this option is an immediate action, but recovering from this position is a move action. No check required. Yeah. I thought it was more of a special term, like how in horse riding there's dressage. I don't exactly know what dressage is, but you're not literally dressing up your horse, you know? This isn't 4-H. There's no costume portion. Versus like cover, I thought was another. Oh, I remember now what I think cover is. Oh. Okay. Yeah, cover, the way I thought about it when it comes to horses does not apply. I'm thinking of like when you're breeding, when they talk about breeding horses, there is such thing as cover, and it's usually called like live cover, and that is pretty much making sure the deed happens with both horse parties present, so to speak. Like they actually have to do it naturally versus artificial insemination. That's what I was thinking of when I was thinking like, okay, mounts and cover, horses and cover. It's that kind of cover. That makes absolutely no sense in the context of D&D though. So I'm glad that it's actual or more literal cover. Okay, so I've I have some experience with cover. It's maybe. I mean, there might be. Well, I don't think that anyone goes into D&D expecting to play like horse breeding simulators, so like it makes sense that they would give that up. But I will say, like, there's a lot of things in some of the older books that is actually very useful information. I like the shopping books. That's Curb's territory. Yeah, actually, that would be Curb's territory, wouldn't it? It's I didn't bring up jizz. You brought up jizz. You brought up jizz. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You brought it up. It's your fault, not mine. And I honestly don't know why I was reading about it though, about live cover. I think it was more so people surprised that like, this sort of thing is needed. This sort of thing is needed. And if you want to race your horse, if you want to race horses, I should say, they need to be from live cover. And it makes sense. It makes sense. But it's also really annoying and also really dangerous. Okay, I am being watered with this horrible licorice water. It's awful. One day maybe I'll get used to it. I won't say it's awful. Soft fall. You negate damage when you fall off a mount. If you fail the ride check, you take 1d6 points of damage and are prone. This usage does not take an action. Leap. You can get your mount to leap obstacles as part of its movement. If the ride check to make the leap succeeds, make a check using your ride modifier or the mount's jump modifier, which is lower, to see how far the creature can jump. If you fail your ride check, you fall off the mount when it leaps and take the appropriate falling damage, at least 1d6 points. This usage does not take an action, but is part of the mount's movement. Spur mount. You can spur your mount to greater speed with a move action. A successful ride check increases the mount speed by 10 feet for 1 round, but deals 1d3 points of damage to the creature. You can use this ability every round, but the round becomes fatigued after a number of rounds equal to its constitution score. This ability cannot be used on a fatigued mount. And I just understood what you meant by the joke. Not joke, but like when you're talking about like a chain tanning salon, you're actually calling the entirety of the Caribbean, like each country, a tanning salon because it's so sunny. I just got that. Super delayed. Okay. I just got that funny. I'm sorry. I tend to take things too literally. Control mounts in battle. As a move action, you can attempt to control a light horse, pony, or heavy horse, or other mounts not trained for combat riding while in battle. If you fail the ride check, you can do nothing else in that round. You do not need to roll for horses or ponies trained for combat. Do you want like a little silver medal? Because I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those. No, I got nothing. I can give you like a verbal pat pat. Is that okay? Pat pat. Let's see. Fast mount or dismount. You can attempt to mount or dismount from a mount of up to one size category larger than yourself as a free action, provided that you still have a move action available for that round. Or move action available that round. If you fail the ride check, mounting or dismounting is a move action. You can't use fast mount or dismount on a mount more than one size category larger than yourself. Action varies. Mounting or dismounting normally is a move action. Other checks are a move action, a free action, or no action at all, as noted above. Special. If you are riding bareback, you take a -5 penalty on ride checks. If you have the animal affinity feat, you get a bonus on ride checks. See feats. If you use a military saddle, you get a +2 circumstance bonus on ride checks related to staying in the saddle. Ride is a prerequisite for mounted archery, mounted combat, ride by attack, spirited charge, and trample. Okay, and that is the end of Ride. I'm probably going to end tonight after I read all the skills. We have a few left. We have Sense Motive, Sleight of Hand, Spellcraft, Stealth, Survival, Swim, and Use Magic Device. So Sense Motive is up next. Sense Motive. Let's see. Okay. Sense Motive. Sense Motive is Wisdom. You are skilled at detecting falsehoods and true intentions. Check. A successful check lets you avoid being bluffed. See the bluff skill. You can also use the skill to determine when something is up, that is, something odd is going on, or to assess someone's trustworthiness. Task. Hunch. Sense Motive DC of 20. Task. Sense Enchantment is a Sense Motive DC of 25 or 15. Task. Discern Secret Message. The DC varies. Let's see. Hunch. This use of the skill involves making a gut assessment of the social situation. You can get the feeling from another's behavior that something is wrong, such as when you're talking to an imposter. Alternatively, you can get the feeling that someone is untrustworthy. Okay. Okay, posture. Up. Actually, I'm going to turn this into an impromptu stretch. Ow. Okay. Thank you for the posture check. Falling down. Let's see. Sense Enchantment. You can tell that someone's behavior is being influenced by an enchantment effect, even if that person isn't aware of it. The usual DC is 25, but if the target is dominated, see Dominate Person, the DC is only 15 because of the limited range of the target's activities. That explains it. So it's much less likely for the DC to be 15. Discern Secret Message. You may use Sense Motive to detect that a hidden message is being transmitted via the bluff skill. In this case, your Sense Motive check is opposed by the bluff check of the character transmitting the message. For each piece of information relating to the message that you are missing, you take a -2 penalty on your Sense Motive check. If you succeed by 4 or less, you know that something is hidden is being communicated, but you can't learn anything specific about its content. If you beat the DC by 5 or more, you intercept and understand the message. If you fail by 4 or less, you don't detect any hidden communication. If you fail by 5 or more, you might infer false information. Action. Trying to gain information with Sense Motive generally takes at least 1 minute, and you could spend a whole evening trying to gain a sense of the people around you. Try again. No, though you may make a Sense Motive check for each bluff check made against you. Special. A ranger gains a bonus on Sense Motive checks when using the skill against a favored enemy. If you have the Alertness feat, You get a bonus on sense motive checks. See feats. Okay, that is sense motive. Next is sleight of hand. I would say this is the bread and butter for a rogue, but at the same time, there's another skill that I believe is like rogue only, and in this case also ninja. Like you have to be in that family, roguish family, to have it. I'm just gonna real quick check. There's only like one or two that are like that. Oh no, disabled device is the rogue only. And nope, it's just that one, I think. It's just that one. I was thinking of use magic device, but there's a few other classes that get that too. Okay. Sleight of hand. Dex. Armor check penalty. Trained only. Your training allows you to pick pockets, draw hidden weapons, or take a variety of actions without being noticed. Check. A DC 10 sleight of hand check lets you palm a coin-sized, unattended object. Performing a minor feat of legerdemain, such as making a coin disappear, also has a DC of 10 unless an observer is determined to know where the item went. When you use the skill under close observation, your skill check is opposed by the player's perception check. The observer's success doesn't prevent you from performing the action, just from doing it unnoticed. You can hide a small object, including a light weapon or an easily concealed ranged weapon, such as a dart, sling, or hand crossbow, on your body. Your sleight of hand check is opposed by the perception check of anyone observing you or of anyone frisking you. Ah, yes, there's going to be tons of frisking in the PvP game. No, I don't think so. In the latter case, the searcher gains a +4 bonus on the perception check, since it's generally easier to find such an object and to hide it. Actually, thinking about it, because it's set up as like a PvP thing, like arena-based, they might actually frisk us going in. I wonder if there was actually any like banned items or anything that like we could have tried to bring in. Oh, thank you for the raid, Brilliant. Good ghost vibes. I am reading right now. I am preparing for a... Oh, actually, can I just do like... I don't know how the new command works. I'm going to use the old command. I know there's a new shadow command. I'm going to use this one for now. How did Nier go? How did Nier go? But, in the meantime, I am the Evening Primrose. I'm a night blooming... I'm a garden elf. A night blooming garden elf. So today I am preparing for a game that I'm going to be playing on Saturday, and that is Pathfinder. So we are reading through the Pathfinder rules, and right now we are reading about sleight of hand, which is going to be important because my character in this PvP Wonderland is going to be a rogue, and sleight of hand is one of those bread and butter skills. Stream is going well. I'm drinking tea that I hate. And we are almost all the way through the skill section. Almost all the way through. It's just kind of an there's so much more that I have to prepare for Saturday in terms of making sure I understand. So much more. I should not have skipped yesterday. But I think that would have hurt so much. Like right now I'm being hurt emotionally, spiritually by this tea, but that would have physically hurt yesterday with the roof of my mouth burned. Actually, does anyone remember what that new command is? Like the shout out, Twitch. I might as well try it out. What is it? I just announced it yesterday. So it is... They don't actually say what it is. Oh, okay, so it's / shout out. Okay, I'm gonna try this one out too. See how much different it looks. Just don't overcook the roof of your mouth. It's way too late. I submitted my character like ages and ages and ages ago. My character is built. It is done. I've not played Pathfinder, so I did have guidance from two people to help me make the character. And I have played D&D 3.5, which is what Pathfinder is based on, but I've not played this class in 3.5. So, and 3.5 has a lot of different things going on. Like you can be really siloed in your specialty. So like if I built a wizard, I would have had a better idea of what I was doing for like min-maxing. But as a rogue, as melee, it's just sort of like I don't know how weapons work. I never had to pick up a weapon in 3.5 because of the classes I chose. I played a wizard type, and I played a grappler, like a barehanded barbarian type. So kind of a I don't know how to do weapons. Hello, Nekama. And hello, Sumi too. I know you spoke earlier, but okay. You can get the wizards are very glass cannon. Very glass cannon. You burn the roof of your mouth on ramen. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I want to say that what I burned my mouth on was not so fancy even as ramen. Like ramen doesn't have to be fancy, but my image, like when you say ramen, like yes, like tonkotsu with soft-boiled egg and mushrooms and a little bit of pork belly or something like that. I haven't made regular ramen in a long time. Not in a couple of years, actually. I think about it. They made you melee as a ninja. They didn't make me melee. I just thought like, it'd be fun to do something. And like, I'm not playing a ninja. I'm not playing a ninja. Who said that? There is actually someone else who will be playing an actual ninja in the game, because ninja is a different class than rogue. But they're alternate classes, whatever that means. It seems like they're very similar. They just have a few things switched out. So it's going to be interesting to see that. I think we're going to be the closest in terms of like duplicating, but again, not exactly. We just both have sneak attack and a few other tricks that are the same. Maybe literal tricks. We'll see. Yeah, 3.5 casting in range is a really bad idea. A really, 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 really bad idea. A 200-foot, 20-foot range. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that needs a little bit of time to get up into working. Oh, but it depends on if you're going to be doing it in like using new rules for 5e, because you start with a feat, right? Or you start with a feat from a limited set, but I don't know if Polearm Master or Sentinel is that, because otherwise you would need to start as a human and wait till 4th. Yeah. For Polearm Master Sentinel, I saw someone do that path. I have seen someone do that path as a human. I have to admit, I also like playing as humans for that free feat. But when the DM lets you select a free feat to some extent, that's also fun. Actually, just looking back, like for D&D, human I think is my most played race. And then like counting outside of variant human. What do you mean dark vision? There's a dark vision human? No way. They wouldn't do that. But no, just regular variant human. I don't think I've ever played like basic human. Oh, utility wise. Oh, okay. So just more of a choosing a character based on that. Okay. It is really funny seeing like the list of things that the list of things that don't have dark vision is really short in the one D&D rule set. Very, very short. I think it's like what, halfling and human? I think Dragonborn may have gotten it. Yeah. Well, I mean, then that means you're playing a warlock. Not that warlock is bad, it's just Mm, I want to say it could be fun playing something that does not have dark vision. It can be fun doing that. I've I've played a halfling. Actually, I've played two halflings, but one of them for way longer than the other. Um, and I was a cleric, so I had the light spell. So I understand that there's also pitfalls with having a source of light in dungeons, but at the same time, like you should probably have a source of light in a dungeon. Probably. Otherwise, you're going to be at disadvantage for most things anyway when it comes to sight base. Mm. But something with a light spell is useful. I had another campaign where I've had two campaigns actually where only one person in the party didn't have dark vision. Yeah. In one case it worked a little bit out because like sure they weren't very helpful during the night portions of things, but they were also small, so we could more easily help them uh avoid things, I think. Like crashing through the woods essentially in the dark. Mm, a spell. Yeah, just have someone cast light on something. Hopefully you have a cleric or a wizard. Or something. Someone can dedicate something to a light spell. Surely someone's got a cantrip slot for that. It's very useful. Even okay, maybe not some. Like even if you have dark vision, light could be useful. You never know. Having a free light. Just thinking about how often we use our phones now and how often I use it as a light. It's probably its second most useful ability, having a flashlight everywhere. Mm. Uh, old kobold. When you were in dungeons, yes, when you were in dungeons. I wanted to say old kobold was broken as shit. It was way too broken. Well, I should say it was too broken if a DM allowed for the sunlight weakness to be covered extremely easily. Because, well, it's such an advantage. It's such an advantage. It's crazy. Huh. Ah. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Hack tactics. Mm, mm. Yeah. Yeah. The advantage that often is super strong. I want to say you can make things that are you can make neat dark vision tricks that should encourage people to use actual lights in dungeons too. One thing that you can consider is that imagine there is a warning painted on the wall of someplace. So if you have lights, you can see the warning is clearly painted, but match the hues and the shades so that the paint matches the wall behind it. So you can't see it in the darkness because you can only see in shades of gray. So just like in some cases you can do some funky tricks with, not funky, but like they have the color blindness tests for humans. You can do something similar as a dungeon potential trap warning to get them to try and consider putting on a light. Granted, if they ignore it, it feels low waste, and if they never put a light up. But if it's a thing that is actually, in that case, a trap that sets fire up so that they would see that there had been a warning, if only they had actually used a light before the fire trap went off. But I wouldn't run that like all the time. That would just be like a one-time thing with a group. I think that could be fun. Thank you for the follow, Yared. Welcome, welcome. You always have a dragon body. I haven't actually seen the Drake Guard out and play yet. nor I did read about it. That is Ranger. Did that come out officially in Fizzbands, was it? Because that was the draconic focused classes, right? They're like draconic focused release. Okay, yeah. I've been reading the Unearthed Arcana as they come out, and I don't remember. Like, I don't think I read the final release, but I read the UA version when it came out. And I'm not always certain about, you know, things that make it completely out of UA and things that are gobbled up. I only remember a few of the older classes that got ditched. I got ditched. Rip Tunnel Fighter. Rip Onomancer. Probably for the best. It's hard to get a campaign to get up that high unless you're like really speed running it, or if you start at a higher level, because that's okay. Tier 1, tier 2. That's tier 3, right? Tier 3. $11 makes it fly. If you're small. Oh, and because you were a kobold, you were small. I guess that's one thing to think about, like for the new D&D, D&D, allowing, I think, people to choose if they're small or medium for certain types of creatures. Let's see. And that was also constant pack tactics, wasn't it? If you're on top of it, if you're riding on top of it. And if you have a good saddle too, I'm sure that helped with riding. Okay. Sleight of hand. Dex. Armor check penalty. Trained only. Your training allows you to pick pockets. Okay, I did that. I did the ledge domain. I did. Okay. For sleight of hand, some of the more mechanical bits behind it. And I hope, I really hope, Ravi, that I get to do this in the actual game itself. Like, I can pull it off. You can hide a small object, including a light weapon or an easily concealed ranged weapon, such as a dart, sling, or hand crossbow, on your body. Your sleight of hand check is opposed by the perception check of anyone observing you or of anyone frisking you. Okay, I did read that part because I remember the frisking part. I think I mentally interrupted myself partway through. Also, hello, Octorate? In the latter case, the searcher gains a +4 bonus on the perception check, since it's generally easier to find such an object than to hide it. A dagger is easier to hide than most light weapons, and grants you a +2 bonus on your sleight of hand check to conceal it. Thank you for the follow, Octorate. An extraordinarily small object, such as a coin, shuriken, or a ring, grants you a +4 bonus on your sleight of hand check to conceal it, and heavy or baggy clothing, such as a cloak, grants you a +2 bonus on the check. Drawing a hidden weapon is a standard action and doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity. Yes, but the problem is then, wait. A free darkness you can see through when in sunlight? I want to say, if you cast darkness though, you can't see through it, like magical darkness, right? It's the spell darkness, or is it like a special darkness, like a feature darkness? That makes a huge difference. Oh. But the problem is everyone else can't see through that darkness, unless it's allowed by the feature, because that's always been a big problem. Like, I cast darkness. The enemy is in the darkness, and it's like, great, now none of us know where he is. Like, sure, you with the devil's sight can see it. That doesn't help the rest of us. You cast it on your shield? Thank you for the follow, suspicious, eh? Cast it on your shield, stand away, and shoot out of it? So you are the hidden one? I suppose it'll depend on how big that darkness is. How big that darkness is. I haven't looked much into the Shadow Sorcerer. I have not actually played a single sorcerer yet. It's one of the... It's a 2 foot... Oh, 20 feet. Okay. That's more palatable, especially as a sorcerer. You're going to be somewhere in the back line anyway. So it really depends on how tight your battleground is. And that will heavily depend on your DM, won't it? I've been playing on... The last time I played D&D, there were a lot more tight battlegrounds. Or at least they became tight after we were through with them. We had a druid who did a lot of battlefield control spells. Like, I think it was spike growth or tangle, things like that. Very difficult for those who cannot fly or otherwise speed through things or jump very far. Okay. Drawing a hidden weapon is a standard action and doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity. If you try to take something from a creature, you must make a DC 20 sleight of hand check. The opponent makes a perception check to detect the attempt, opposed by the sleight of hand check result you achieved when you tried to grab the item. An opponent who succeeds on this check notices the attempt, regardless of whether you got the item. You cannot use this skill to take an object from another creature during combat if the creature is aware of your presence. You can also use sleight of hand to entertain an audience as though you were using the perform skill. In such a case, your act encompasses elements of legerdemain, juggling, and the like. Sleight of hand DC 10. Task: palm a coin-sized object. Make a coin disappear. Sleight of hand DC of 20. Lift a small object from a person. Just thinking like lift. They use that word. I think like maybe they could have used a different word, and the same with palm, because those are, I guess, the accepted definitions. I'm just afraid that someone would say lift and not quite understand the meaning of that, because it's a bit more of a... It's a concise way of saying steal surreptitiously. And even surreptitiously is probably a big word for this. Like quietly, unnoticingly steal a small object from a person. Action. Any sleight of hand check is normally a standard action. However, you may perform a sleight of hand check as a move action by taking a -20 penalty on the check. Try again. Yes, but after an initial failure, a second sleight of hand attempt against the same target, or while you are being watched by the same observer who noticed your previous attempt, increases the DC for the task by 10. Untrained. An untrained sleight of hand check is simply a dexterity check. Without actual training, you can't succeed on any sleight of hand check with a DC higher than 10. Except for hiding an object on your body. Initially, I read that as like, except for hiding a body on your body? It's just kind of a, how would that work? Like, if the body is tiny or small, it'd still be a little weird to like hide basically the body of a child on you and hope that no one would notice that you're like smuggling a corpse. Later levels, you can make that combo nasty with level 2 level dip into fighter. Action surge, yes. Action surge. And let's say you are level 11, do fire bolts, or if you dip into warlock. Yeah, and action surge is really good for that too, because of the fact that as you said, like 4 fire bolts. The fact that it doesn't count. Oh? Is firebolt a action, or is it a... Okay, no, the math is just wrong. Okay. You can twin it. And yeah, action surge allows you to work around the rule of, like, you can cast multiple spells that aren't just like a cantrip and an action or a cantrip and a spell that takes an action, or a cantrip and a spell that takes a quick action. The fast one. Fast action. I forgot what it's called. Bonus action. It's more so the like action surge. You get another literal action if you cast two spells. You can cast two spells that each take an action doing that. Oh, okay. So a little bit more fuckery going on there. Thank you for the follow. Sillies. And thank you for the water. I will take a sip. I'm watering myself with a licorice slippery elm bark tea, and it is gross. I hate licorice, but it's supposed to be good for your throat. Ah. Weekend at Bernie's? What is Weekend at Bernie's? What is Weekend at Bernie's? I've never actually seen Weekend at Bernie's. All I know about it is, honestly, this is gonna sound really bad. There's a module like Weekend at Strahd's for D&D that I've seen the cover, and because of that I know what Weekend at Bernie's is about. Otherwise I would not be able to tell you. That's all I know is from that cover. So in that case, like, wait, like in that case, so like Bernie is dead, right? Or is that not how it works? You can spoil it for me. And like the movie's been out for a long time, right? So like Bernie is dead, right? And they're just kind of like propping the body up as if he's alive to get away with a whole bunch of shit. So like a Weekend at Bernie's is kind of like, I'm not dead yet. You can't just kill me. This is my chat. You know what? It's kind of like, do I bonk you again? No, I'm not gonna bonk you because you like that. Remove. Yeah. So like but the dead guy is the named guy, right? And the only reason I would know this because of yeah, Strahd. I've never actually played Curse of Strahd. I was around a bit. Another group that played it, so I heard like secondhand what was going on, and they went through a couple characters. I think they had to retire the entire first group because there was only like one survivor at best out of it for the first round of PCs. They kept the same actors. Thank you for the compliment, Octorate. Let's see. You got to play a level 18 campaign? That's quite high. I've never gotten to play a level 18 campaign. I think the highest I've gotten up to has been like 14 or so. It's a one-shot. Yes, I think, yeah, same for me. Like I played, I think, a level 14 one-shot. And perhaps like the end of a campaign we may have gotten to level 14. It may have also been 13. But, oh, actually no, maybe I did 16. I did a tier 3 module test for someone, and my character died after like literally 3 or 4 turns because she got Cone of Colded twice, and I had dumped charisma because I was dumb and thought I wouldn't need it as a hiding rogue. The Cone of Cold does not care. Cone of Cold does not care if you are hidden. So my character died underneath an invisibility cloak on a roof. So no one found her corpse. No one found her corpse. I've never seen anyone play a is it pronounced Cavalier? Cavalier? Probably a Cavalier. I've never seen someone actually play Cavalier. Not in 5e. I've seen someone play essentially one as a like a Bone Knight or something like that in 3.5 though. But that game was incredibly min-maxed. Incredibly min-maxed. We did a lot of research there. But we had to do a lot of research to keep up. You get to make a reaction. That is really powerful. Wow. That is like that's like the tunnel fighter problem, wasn't it? That was the tunnel fighter problem, wasn't it? Like pretty much. Oh no, that was opportunity attacks. Pretty much. You got to make like unlimited opportunity attacks depending on circumstances. Ah, which is not quite the same as reactions. Because like a reaction can be used to make an opportunity attack, but it does not like it's not I guess it's the square rectangle thing. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, tunnel fighter. Yeah. See. And yeah. So in your case, well, for the Cavalier's case, you can make all your actions opportunity attacks, but your reactions are not limited to that. It's been a number of years since I've actually looked at Tunnel Fighter because of the fact that it's been dropped off, and like any DM who knows better is not going to allow it. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So sleight of hand. Mm. Action. Any sleight of hand check is normally a standard action. However, you may perform a sleight of hand check as a move action by taking a -20 penalty on the check. Try again. Yes, but after an initial failure, a second sleight of hand attempt against the same target, or while you. Okay, I think I read that one. Or while you are being watched by the same observer who noticed your previous attempt, increases the DC for the task by 10. Yeah, just reading like, wait, I read that part. Untrained. An untrained sleight of hand check is simply a dexterity check. Without actual training, you can't succeed on any sleight of hand check with a DC higher than 10, except for hiding an object on your body. I read that too. Except for hiding an object on your body, because I was reading Corpse, and that's where I came up with Weakened at Bernie's. Special. If you have the deft hands feat, you get a bonus on sleight of hand checks. See feats. A dual wielder? Wait, you can dual wield mounted or lances? Ah. Okay. That makes sense. I know lances are considered part of like the special category of weapons along with nets, right? So, again, like never really had to consider mounted combat, so like ignore that entire section. And none of the players that I've worked with have done that either, aside from 3.5. Sleight of hand. But I feel like most players don't really need to worry too much about like keeping horses around. You don't need to worry about carrying your loot around. You don't have a donkey and a cart. You're not slowed down necessarily by the, or rather, I don't think that like equipment weights are really worried about in most 5e campaigns. Because there are definitely some characters I made that have probably been overloaded, but man, you know, it's really hard to make like it's hard to make cast some like clerics valid, I guess, with drop strength. With drop strength and like not heavy armor necessarily, but like medium armor and shield when you're small. I think my halfling's equipment probably weighed as much as she did. Hit points? Yeah, I understand. Yeah, companions that aren't built for it are difficult to work with. Mm, mm. Level 18 horse. Just those slapping levels on your horse. Just thinking about. Actually, with the rules for the companion, that probably could have worked. Like using that, because using it as, I guess, a fighter, because they use an example of the like fighter companion, like it's not a class proper, but it's like a mini class. They use a wolf, I think, as the example, because that's a common thing, right? People running across like an owl bear or something and wanting to adopt it. It all sounds a little broken. But who am I to know? I'm not your DM. Okay. So sleight of hand is done. Oh. Spellcraft is next. To say. I think I focused on this once in a game, but also I focused on a totally not spellcraft, except it's spellcraft for a specific type of spell. And that's also a common thing too for 3.5, wasn't it? Like there was psionics, which was pretty much spellcraft, but specifically for psionic stuff. True naming, spellcraft, but specifically for true naming stuff. So you probably would understand the whole conversation we had before about like, oh, mounts, cover, live cover? No, this is a different type of cover. They don't need to bring up live cover in the ride section. Actually, I guess you wouldn't even really have a word for that. Oh, actually, no, God, you probably could have a word. I wonder when live cover actually started being an issue. Just thinking, like... I'm sorry, we're talking about exotic mount breeding. Like, when did live cover start being a thing? What is the history of that term? Okay. Spellcraft. Int. Trained only. You are skilled at the art of casting spells, identifying magic items, crafting magic items, and identifying spells as they are being cast. Check. Spellcraft is used whenever your knowledge and skill of the technical art of casting a spell or crafting a magic item comes into question. This skill is also used to identify the properties of magic items in your possession through the use of spells such as Detect Magic and Identify. The DC of this check varies depending upon the task at hand. Action. Identifying a spell as it is being cast requires no action, but you must be able to clearly see the spell as it is being cast, and this incurs the same penalties as a perception skill check due to distance, poor conditions, and other factors. Learning a spell from a spellbook takes 1 hour per level of the spell. 0 level spells take 30 minutes. Preparing a spell from a borrowed spellbook does not add any time to your spell preparation. Making a spellcraft check to craft a magic item is made as part of the creation process. Attempting to ascertain the properties of a magic item takes 3 rounds per item to be identified, and you must be able to thoroughly examine the object. Retry. You cannot retry checks made to identify a spell. If you fail to learn a spell from a spellbook or scroll, you must wait at least 1 week before you can try again. If you fail to prepare a spell from a borrowed spellbook, you cannot try again until the next day. When using Detect Magic or Identify to learn the properties of magic items, you can only attempt to ascertain the properties of an individual item once per day. Additional attempts reveal the same results. Special. If you are a specialist wizard, you get a +2 bonus on spellcraft checks made to identify, learn, and prepare spells from your chosen school. Similarly, you take a -5 penalty on similar checks made concerning spells from your opposition schools. An elf gets a +2 racial bonus on spellcraft checks to identify the properties of magic items. Just thinking back there about like, chosen schools, opposition schools. That was one of the things that kind of got me in 5e. I thought that I distinctly remembered from 3.5 when I first learned it, learning about like the prepared or like chosen schools and opposition schools. That's like one of the few things I remembered. So when I went to 5e, I thought that it would be something a little similar when you chose a specific school. I'm glad it was not the case. But when I did play 3.5 and I played a wizard, I was very glad that one of my opposing schools was another person in the party's chosen school. So we covered each other actually quite well in that regard. I think the opposite happened with them. It was not planned. It just kind of happened that way. Though I want to say, banning yourself from evocation spells is really risky. It's a really weird gamble. But it worked out. It worked out. An elf gets a +2 racial bonus on spellcraft checks to identify the properties of magic items. Spirit Bard? Oh, that's, yeah, the ghostly bard, right? Not ghostly, but like, communing with spirits bard, right? So speak with the dead, but bard. An elf gets a, okay, I did that. If you have the magical aptitude feat, you gain a bonus on spellcraft checks. See feats. I haven't seen too much of those newer classes. The newest bard I've seen played was a creation bard, and that was kind of fun with the little animated object. My player made it into a they made it into the little toy monkey with a symbol. They made it that was their attack, or like that was their dancing object. How did you build a character? Do you build mechanics first, or do you build like concept first? Maybe a weird question. Let's see. Personally, I want to say, I guess I go concept first. And then working around. And that's why mine don't tend to be particularly like, I do try and make them effective. It's just not like not Munchkinly so. But I've learned after the con dropped Rogue. Using evocation as an opposite school is a good way to show someone how to take advantage of things besides throwing big vice pools of damage out. That would work, except for the fact that they focused on illusion, and part of it, they were also, it was a Gestalt game. They were also a like Tome of Magic. There's a shadow class there, right? And so they were really good at making illusions real, so real that the party members fell for it more often than not, myself included. So it's just sort of a, we're being hurt by a party member by accident. It was fun. It got a little dicey sometimes with that. But yeah, making illusions so real that they actually are able to attack and actually, they were far too effective. And I want to say, I played an evocation wizard, and well, it was Gestalt. So I was evocation wizard to help make up for the fact that the other side of the Gestalt was a true namer, and true namers suck. So I needed all the help I could get on that front to be an effective party member and not just be the cheerleader on the side. That's why I did that. But I didn't do like a fireball. I didn't do a fireball focus. I actually did like an iced themed evocation wizard. I was actually weak to heat. Yeah, it was fun, but it was difficult, and even with the DM backing it like literally like 120%, it was difficult. And there were some good synergies, like I shouldn't say unexpected synergies, but there were some interesting synergies that came about that campaign. Especially with the way that the makeup of the party was. We had a psionic knight. I don't know if it was actually a knight. Um, a psionic fighter of some sort. And their thing was like growing larger, right? Like becoming basically being able to use a move to enlarge themselves. And as a true namer, I could speed that up for them. So it would be a lot faster for them to basically set themselves up for effective combat. So I was extremely good at that for them. And that was a pretty reliable move for me to make. And I think there was another thing that would eventually apply, but it would only work if you were the same type of creature, which was a bit of a problem because the party was split. But thankfully, the party had humans. Well, I should say human ish, like humanoid, and also giants, or rather half giants. And I was a half giant. And when my spell casting was broadened a bit to be like, okay, this can affect multiple people of the same type of creature, it's a bit more limiting. So it would just be like me and the other half giant in the party. But that had not necessarily been planned. It just happened to be that the particular, that with the true namer side of it, I kind of min-maxed my, I think, int and charisma by applying a primordial giant template onto a half giant template or something like that. So, despite being half giant, I think I actually had like an 8 strength or something. It was like I was the weakest half giant. The weakest half giant. No such thing as too effective. It's called cleric. Yeah, clerics are pretty cool. I like playing clerics a lot. There's definitely ways to make things clerics that are not super effective. I think I have done so. I made a kind of frontliner, slightly tanky grave cleric, and that I got knocked out a lot. It's really bad when your healer is knocked out. It is really bad when your healer is knocked out. Thankfully, we had someone else who was capable of healing. The monk. The monk. Oh, I think there may have been someone else too. But I distinctly remember the monk being able to heal a bit. So yeah, both the frontliners also being like the healers. Excellent party preparation. Excellent party organization. We were smart. Okay. So we also have a table here for spellcraft. So the task would be identify a spell as it is being cast, has a spellcraft DC of 15 plus the spell level. Learn a spell from a spellbook or scroll has a DC of 15 plus the spell level. Prepare a spell from a borrowed book has a spellcraft DC of 15 plus the spell level. Identify the properties of a magic item using Detect Magic. Spellcraft DC of 15 plus the item's caster level. Decipher a scroll has a spellcraft DC of 20 plus the spell level. Craft a magic item. The spellcraft DC there varies by item. Oh, so you don't do a whole lot of roleplay. Yeah, that I have played in campaigns of that style before. Yeah, it really depends on, like, if it's a fighting one shot, like an action one shot. Yeah, that's why I don't necessarily want to play campaigns as much anymore as I used to. I want to play shorter games, one shots more so. Like I do have some groups that I will play games with if one is brought up, but like we already have an idea of like how things pan out, like how much RP to expect and stuff like that, and how much focus on fighting and how difficult things could be. Like we have the pitter patter down. we understand how the game works as a group, roughly. But for newer groups, I don't want to dive in and kind of not really mesh with the tone of it. Like I have played fighting focused games, like as I talked about the Gestalt 3.5 game. It was almost entirely like combat, except for like interstitial inter-party RP, but not heavily focused around that. Not heavily focused around that. And that showed in the TM's way of helping us build the characters. Because he was the one who helped everyone min-max, I think. Everyone. Ah. Your 1ZM goes, you're this level, and maybe you have this much money, or you get one insert tier magic item tells us nothing. If it's for one shots, like it's a good idea to present like a concept beforehand, but fun. I mean, I try and do that myself. Like, hey, do you guys want to run or play in a murder mystery type thing? Or what else have I done? A all evil monstrous party, which I think sets some specific it sets some specific concepts in mind, you know? Yeah. I've definitely had you die TMs. The 3.5 TM was like that. we burned through a few other people burned through a few characters at very low levels. It becomes a little harder to die higher up. I'm trying to think of the other one shots that I ran. A lot of the other ones were more so like they were if you've ever heard of Adventurers League, I ran a few Adventurers League modules for something, and so that was pretty well, I don't want to say advertised, but like if someone really wanted to, they could probably go ahead and just like read the entire module and know all the tricks. But thankfully it doesn't seem like anyone did that, so nothing needed to be, like nothing was changed. But like it has a name, the name is pretty evocative of stuff. Don't need to explain much further. And all the characters were already all built because it was Adventurers League style. And thank you for the follow, Vincente. Yeah, and you also tend to let players go a lot looser, I think, as a DM in one shots because it doesn't affect anything larger. Imported. I'm just thinking, like, I don't think I've ever actually done that. I have done like revamps a bit. Like, I played this character in a shorter form system, like a one shot, and I'd like to play them again in a campaign. I've done that with like I separate them a bit more out. Like they have a different name. They'll probably have a more fleshed out backstory because for a one shot, do you really need a backstory? Usually no. And such things like that. But I don't think I've ever imported a character quite like that, except once. once. There was a campaign that was cancelled partway through, and I really enjoyed the character, and I wanted to play that style again, so I rebuilt in a different system. She went from a 5e character to a 3.5 character. She had a different name, and she ended up being quite a bit different in the end because I had to rebuild her, and her concept overall worked, but like the exact mechanics changed quite a bit. Going from a sea elf drunken monk to a venti gestalt barbarian unarmed sword sage bear warrior multi-class. Because I want to say 3.5 really sucks if you want to play a water-based creature that is not in a water-based setting. I had to make some changes. I had to make some changes. And also, unarmed sword sage is really good if your DM allows you that. Main character syndrome. Yes, but just need to kind of let loose, or maybe just like if it really bothers you too much, then you can talk to them, or you can I want to say like dip out from sessions with them involved. I've definitely come to the conclusion that there are some players that I'm not particularly interested in playing with again. Our styles don't really match up, so just not not signing up for anything that's involved with them. And the same thing with like DMs potentially. Like, they really like playing this style of game, and that's not really what I'm interested in. I'm probably not going to sign up for any sci-fi campaigns anytime soon. Ah, oh. Well, you never know. There's always the chance that things get mixed up. I've definitely played in games where like only one shots, especially where only subsets of people have played. Mm, mm. But it's a shame. Sorry, Sumi. Sorry for that. Like there's no real like right or wrong necessarily. It's just different opinions on how things should be played out. Oh, they only play D&D, so play different systems. There are other systems. Doesn't have to be D&D. It's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of fun things out there. Thank you for the follow, Ink Demon. Sorry I missed it. Try Dungeon World. Dungeon World. And there's also Worlds Without Number. Let's see. Or you can go really crunchy. Just thinking like, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not gonna say it. That would be too cruel to suggest to play. Let's see. Stars Without Numbers. Stars Without Numbers was interesting to see play. Well, I played it. It was interesting to play. We played I think a 4-session bit for it. Okay, there are other game systems. Stars Without Numbers is related to Worlds Without Number. Stars Without Numbers is a sci-fi system. So like traversing planets with your starship. There's got to be a better way of saying it than starship. I'm going to call it a starship for now. Okay, Sumi. Have you ever heard of GURPS? You should check out GURPS if you like numbers. You will find your people there. GURPS. I used to play with a crowd that also played GURPS as an aside. Like their original game was GURPS, but I joined for another campaign that they ran that was not. And oh boy, if you like numbers, GURPS is for you. GURPS is for min-maxing the shit out of things. But it also has a higher barrier for entry because of that fixation on numbers. And also you might just enjoy 3.5 because 3.5 is like way heavily into like the numbers min-maxing, I think. You can build some really weird stuff. But yeah, Stars Without Numbers. Worlds Without Numbers is not exactly min-max friendly, I suppose. Like you can min-max in it, it's just more so I don't think you're gonna get the same like feeling as you would necessarily as from D&D. Like it's a it's a different system. It's a different system. When I played it, it was much more on the like roleplay side than the mechanics side. We didn't do a huge amount of combat, but I don't know if we would have survived a whole lot of combat, to be honest, because of how I don't want to say weak the characters are, but like maybe it was just in my case because I think I started with literally 1 health point as a wizard, basically as a mage. Uh, it's more dangerous feeling, more dangerous. Yeah, yeah. Session -2 for GURPS. I can get that. Yeah, I rolled and I had to subtract something, so I ended up with like 1 hit point. And then I didn't understand how to properly, when I leveled up, I didn't read the rules correctly about leveling up for hit points. So I was I was still rolling extremely poorly for my stuff. So I think I was like a level 3 or 4 wizard and I had like 3 hit points. It was just kind of like, wow, I could have rolled this on my very first level. And here I am at like level 3 or 4. And I'm still in like first level. I'm still in like 1 hit kill territory here. This is really bad. And then I found out that I had been messing up my leveling hit point section, so I fixed it. So I ended up with like 8 hit points or something, but still just like spicy. Spicy wizard life. Just let me sit in the back and cast my 1 spell a day. My 1 spell a day. But yeah, GURPS. This was a very long time ago. They very much seemed to enjoy GURPS. They enjoyed min-maxing it, and they had been playing together for years, so I think they had a very good feeling of what could pass and what couldn't pass in terms of allowed components. And also it may have been a case of not quite as much may have been out then. But then again, I do remember, and this was the time I did learn how to play GURPS, we played I think it was either a fan made or like a slightly homebrewed Star Wars GURPS. So that was how I learned GURPS. And we only got 1 session in, so I can't really recall a whole lot else. I'm still a little frustrated by that though. The crunch of Pathfinder 1E. Never checked out GURPS. Meaning to. I want to say, like when I was saying like I'm not going to suggest this thing would be too cruel, GURPS is going to be the thing. GURPS is going to be the thing, but like, oh, you really like numbers. Okay, GURPS. Okay, go ahead, knock yourself out, GURPS. I want to say like it has its place. It has its place. Some tables enjoy it. Some tables enjoy it. Although I do remember seeing a tweet some time ago about how like something about the simplicity of GURPS. It was kind of like you've never played GURPS in your entire life, have you? You can't. No one would describe GURPS as simple. No one. No one should be describing it as simple. Mm-mm. And when people talk about making basically called shots, I just have flashbacks to GURPS. Because that's one of the few things I do remember about it. Like, okay, there's like a called shots table, and then there was also they had a similar thing as White Wolf did, where they had like merits and flaws. I'm pretty sure that you could take to build your character up, and I remember that as well because like it's extra points that you could spend. So when I saw my friends playing it, I think they abused the shit out of the like merits and flaw system. Thank you for the follow, Esponja? Espona. Which way is it? Espona. Yeah, you probably want to like skim through it and see if you like it. But I think also finding an actual group to play it might be also a hard go, or a hard stop rather. I thank you for the follow, Anabody. I only know that one group that's played GURPS, and I don't know if they still play because that was back a long time ago. And they've moved on to playing other games. One of them plays like D&D 5e now, I know. Another one played Vampire for the longest time. He actually was involved in like Vampire LARPs. And someone else tangentially from that went into like other LARPing systems. I have never LARPed, by the way. Okay, I should specify, like, okay, I know, I think I can confidently say I have never LARPed. I've never LARPed. I have been hit by weapons that have been used for LARPing, but I've never LARPed. I want to say, even though they're covered in foam, pipes still hurt. Pipes still hurt. Yeah, it's amazing how they've like kept up, and also like just thinking, certain. If I said much more, it would probably reveal a bit much. When it comes to like Vampire the Masquerade LARPs, like I don't actually know where any are aside from in one place. They still must exist, right? They still exist. Like in your local goth club, they might have like a once a month Vampire the Masquerade LARP night. Right? I honestly don't know how the other LARPing groups get around anything. Like, just rent a piece of land for a weekend? Is that how it goes? I don't know. See, I don't know how LARPs work. I've never LARPed. You can never accuse me of being a LARPer. Okay, spellcraft. The world's balance demands it. Actually, oh, now that I think about it, I think I have another friend who also did werewolf LARPs from that same group. So one of them grew up to be a vampire LARPer, another one grew up to be a werewolf LARPer, and another one does 5e. There's still a few unaccounted for, but just like, wait, there's a path here. There's a repeating pattern. There's a repeating pattern. Okay. You LARP as a VTuber fan? I want to say, like, where's your accoutrements for it? Where's the dress up for it? Do you have your ducky? Do you have your custom ducky? What else would a VTuber LARPer have? Let's see. Oh, do you have your G Fuel bottle with an image plastered of your VTuber waifu on it? Your Oshihen? No, not Oshihen. Your Oshi? God, I don't know why I thought Oshihen. If you're a VTuber LARPer fan, or a VTuber fan LARPer, what's your Oshi's favorite flavor of G Fuel? Do a knowledge check for it. Well, I mean, like, LARPing as military guys, I feel like that's more socially acceptable. I feel like it's more socially acceptable. Because it's kind of like a variant a bit on like the historical reenactments of battles, right? And that's kind of weird, but still at the same time, you're doing a service to your community by showing off historical blah blah blah. And like the military guys, like the military airsoft LARPers aren't that far away from it, are they? Hello, Vidya, thank you for the follow. You LARP is a poor VTuber fan, so homemade ducky. Or readouts. Did you the homemade poster? Accoutrements? Accoutrements. When did I say accoutrements? Accoutrements? Accoutrements, perhaps. Headband and glow sticks? You have a suit? Oh, so I'm just thinking like the meme where it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to someone's wedding and I'm wearing like sweatpants. But like, oh, it's my Oshi's like debut day? That's a suit. Is that what you're talking about? You buy guns. That works for some cases, but in a lot of places you can't. And like, yeah, airsoft is safer to shoot at other people. And so like if you're in the military, you make fun of the military larpers. That makes sense too. That makes sense too. I suppose it's a case of like, so if you're doing that, well, I guess paintball is really the same thing, huh? Paintball is the same thing. I've not really been exposed to like that entire side of things. Like the military stuff, I don't have anyone close to me who's really a part of it. And I want to say it's never really been a consideration in my life. Like joining the military or even, well, joining the military was never a consideration, but like I don't have a whole lot of experience with most weapons, especially not too much with guns. I don't think I've ever shot a gun. I've had the opportunity, but I really don't like loud noises, so I didn't want to. I didn't want to. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You've never heard an American say accoutrements? I don't think it's that strange of a word. Yeah. Yeah. Going outside and getting, like, yeah, it's basically like not camping exactly, but, well, okay, I guess it depends. Like, some LARPs are more like camping-ish, and then you have like the vampire ones where you're like, oh, it's all inside a club. It's all in one location, so it's easier. It's easier. Like, I guess I don't want to call it glamping for like the goth club, Vampire the Masquerade, LARPing, but like it's kind of very different here. But then again, it's the case of like, is it a social RP type thing or is it a physical combat game? Oh, you're getting a cosplay ready. Are you going with the red? Actually, I don't remember. Is it in both versions? You have the red scarf, like the white suit or the dark suit? Oh, I still don't really like loud noises. I do actually have the opportunity, I think, to go to ranges. I do have some friends who have licenses to carry, but it's never really been an interest to me. Just thinking like, well, wasn't out there? Okay, initially I thought that you said I was out there studying the blade while my friends were out doing World of Darkness LARPs. And it's kind of a, what blade are you implying there? What blade? But no, I was not studying the blade. And there's also actually been some cases. I know, like I remember in Hawaii when I visited, there were actually like gun ranges, like basically inviting people to try shooting a gun there because they have a lot of foreigners who come who don't necessarily get the opportunity. So like, yes, come to America. Like the gun laws in Hawaii are extremely strict, but for the tourists, they are allowed to go out and shoot guns under controlled circumstances. I think it's very much so for like, they had a lot of Japanese, I think, and Chinese tourists. So I think it was for that grouping. Because I think for most of America, they have more lax ways of getting guns. I unfortunately do not live in a place where it's easy to legally acquire a gun, but I'm perfectly fine with that. And I do know people who do have that ability, so if I wanted to, I could. It's just not on the radar. It seems very okay. It sounds weird to say like that. Sounds very outdoorsy, and I'm not an outdoorsy person. But like garden is outdoors. Garden is fun, but garden is also very controlled. And like going and shooting cans out in like the forest, or like going hunting. Not doing that. It's not glamping when it's Vampire the Masquerade. It's vamping. Okay, okay. Oh god, is it wamping if it's werewolf? Oh god, actually, I'm thinking they played Changeling, I think, as like a LARP. So like, is it still camping? Camping is a changeling. It's camping. Creole only words. Maybe I should actually spell accoutrements for you. And it's probably based in the same root. I can't spell accoutrements. Okay, I can't. I can copy paste. Wamping, yeah. You know how to set up your WAMP, right? You know how to set up WAMP? I guess there could theoretically be a MAMP too. I've never heard of MAMP before. What is it? So like Windows Apache, something PHP. I don't remember the M. MySQL. Windows Apache, MySQL, PHP, or LAMP for Linux, and like theoretically M for Mac. I guess actually no, they would just use Linux as well, wouldn't they? Accoutrements is French. Yeah. Living in Hawaii seems nice when you first. I don't think volcanoes are as much of an issue as the sheer price of everything. It's very expensive there. It's very expensive. It was fine. It was a beautiful place to visit, and it's a beautiful place if you have a lot of money, or if you don't mind being a hobo. I think that they actually have an issue-ish of people who basically move there and just like sleep outdoors because the weather's usually not bad. I went in January, and even then, like, it got a little cold at night, but nothing. You're not gonna freeze to death overnight. And I don't know necessarily about safety levels. There might be some places that are worse off than others, but I think that living as a hobo in Hawaii seems like a nicer proposition than other places in America. I'm not outdoorsy. I'm an elf. I am a garden elf. Thank you. A garden elf. I'm not like a Venus flytrap. Okay, so the suit with scarf and also a poncho. Okay. I haven't seen the poncho version yet. Thank God for Mississippi. That's what Alabama says, right? That is my one Alabama joke. And who lives in Hawaii? Spam Masubi? The people that I know from Hawaii also were there because of military. Let's see. Yeah, but spam masupi is really tasty. There were a lot there. When I went there, there were just so many delicious foods. Like, I had been to Japan before I went to Hawaii, and it felt like the area that I went to in Hawaii was kind of like Japan light, except you don't need to know Japanese to understand anything. So there are some really interesting things, and also the fact that like, there's this thing here that normally would be very hard to find, but it's easy. Like, I think is it Uncle Tetsuya's? The like cheesecake. It's like a fluffy, spongy cheesecake. I think it's mostly a Japan only chain, but it's also available in Hawaii. I think California also benefits from this though. And same with some other stores like Mitsuwa, and there was another one. There was like this one place that sold. Basically, imagine a taiyaki fish, except it's a cone, and you can put ice cream in the cone. Mm, I don't I don't know if they would be doing that or move. I don't think so. I don't think so. The fish has the open mouth, right? Yeah, the fish does have an open mouth, and that's where the ice cream goes. That's where the ice cream goes. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Like if I look up, it's gonna sound weird if I say fish ice cream Hawaii. Okay, there's gotta be a photo. Somi Somi? It might be Somi Somi. Yes, I think it is Somi Somi. And Somi Somi does exist elsewhere, I think. Okay. Uh, maybe Somi Somi isn't a chain. I thought there were multiple. The fish has an open mouth. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to very quickly. Let's see. Can I get a better photo of? Okay, so they have an illustration for this. Let's see. Can I do this? I mean, like technically I can do it, but just more of a do I want to do it in this format? Like, where's the really nice Instagrammy looking, Instagrammy things? There's so me 20 minutes from you. Lucky. Lucky. Okay, it would help if I could spell so me. Okay. If I do this, I won't be able to have myself on here necessarily. Actually, if I do. Where is it? Okay, this should work. This should work. Oh, it's gonna be like really poorly sized. Okay. I'm going to swap over. So, somi. Ice cream. Maybe with a fish. Ice cream with fish. So you can have it like barfing into a bowl, or you can just have it be like open barf, I guess. It looks really pretty, right? Like gorgeous. The age of Instagram foods. This is perfectly suited for that. So yeah, they have a lot of options available. You want to learn the Hawaiian language? There's something on Duolingo for that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like, I want to say this is probably distinctly Hawaiian in that case. Is it? Like the kind of fusion. So you have soft serve, taiyaki, ah, bong. That's it? That's all you got? That's all that exists, I guess. Like, I guess you have to have more information about like the specific. Really? You don't know aloha? Aloha. It means hello and goodbye. There's another one I learned too that they used frequently, but I don't remember what it was. Ohana means family. Oh, mahalo. Mahalo was another big one. Thank you very much. We heard that a lot. And then there were some other words that were easy to pick up, like man and woman, male, female, because that would be on the restrooms off sometimes, like descriptors. But yeah, there are some other ones. But yeah, I didn't learn mahalo until the flight over Hawaiian Air. They were very nice. But it's a good word to know for the trip. Mahalo. What kind of fish do they have as their state fish? What is it? What is it? I was gonna say it's like not like a mahi mahi, right? It's a really long name. Okay, Let's see. What is the name of the Hawaiian state fish? Fish is a reef triggerfish. Oh, I went to an aquarium when I was there, and I think they had these. I think. Humu humu, humu hunu, kuna kupua. Hunu hunu, humu humu, unu kunu kuapua. A humu humu, a humu humu. Well, I mean, many things have multiple names. Many things have multiple names. Why should they be limited to one? Why shouldn't they collect more? Why shouldn't they collect more? Especially if it makes it easier for them to be known. I'm trying to remember, there's like a... there's a few fish out there that have really deceptive names. If you go by one type, but if you like look at the other names, they are not quite the same. Just like I'm trying to remember. It's not like tuna, but there's a few fish that tend to be on restaurant menus, and they'll use okay, Chilean sea bass. Chilean sea bass is the Patagonian toothfish. Same thing. So just kind of a using the better sounding name. And there are other fish that also have similar multiple name schemes going on for advertising and for actual purposes. Mm-mm. You got a shirt on your fish with that fish on it when you were there? That would make sense. I hope you also bought a Hawaiian shirt. I had thought that there was a bit of a joke. Like I've heard that so in Hawaii, like being in a aloha shirt, a Hawaiian shirt, was seen as like dressing up. And it's just kind of a, oh, really? Because like in the rest of the US, that's seen as kind of like casual. But no, in Hawaii, it actually is dressing up. And so, like learning from Hawaiians outside of Hawaii, like, oh, you're in a Hawaiian shirt. What's the occasion that you're dressed up for? And it's kind of a, is it really dressing up? Okay, if you say so. If you say so. Mm-mm. But with the weather in Hawaii, it makes sense as to why that is like dressing up. You don't want you don't want to have to go to a wedding in like a traditional suit. A nice Hawaiian shirt does well enough. Does well enough. Light pants, breezy pants. Or, well, if you're a girl, you could just go with a really nice sundress and everything's fine. They didn't really sell like, okay, I shouldn't say that. They did sell in Hawaiian shirt stores things for women, but it was a very different cut. Like I wouldn't consider it a women's Hawaiian shirt necessarily, but maybe that's just me. I'm not from Hawaii. I only visited once for a little bit. If Remove was Hawaiian, he'd be in a Hawaii shirt. They can look really snazzy. They can look really snazzy. What is the boogaloo? I don't know what a boogaloo. Okay, electric boogaloo. Like that's a dance, right, or something. Otherwise I don't know exactly what electric boogaloo is. All I know is like the meme of like something something to electric boogaloo. That's about the extent. I only know the words. I only know the words. Here I am talking. We are talking about Hawaii, but we're supposed to be talking about spellcraft. I'm going to get through this before the end of the night. It's not a Pokemon yet. Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. Wait, really? Wait, what? I want to say, like, no, that can't be real. I'm just thinking, like, no, truth is stranger than fiction. There are people who believe that. Ah, okay. I want to say, mm, like, I know people who have Hawaiian shirts because they bought them in Hawaii, because they went to Hawaii and, like, would wear them for, like, a nice summer day. It's just kind of a, I don't think they believe in the Boogaloo. Fourth level sorcerer spell. You know what? I'm just thinking, like, if there was a one shot, oh my god, imagine a one shot where, like, the big bad is trying to make the spell, the electric boogaloo, happen. Like, that is the entire point of it. I don't know what kind of effects the electric boogaloo would have, with just, like, making everyone try and take it seriously when you're doing a fucking spell called electric boogaloo. Yes, yes, I think I want that. I want to say, not exactly like bonus points if you come in as a bard, but like, actually, maybe like a lich bard. So like Dance Macabre, but it's the electric boogaloo. Okay, I gotta take some notes real quick. Let me just. Okay, let me take some notes. Sorry about this. Mm-hmm. I think that could be fun. I think that could be a fun premise. Oh, electric boogaloo implies the presence of a. That is something that the players can bring up and find out for themselves. Like, what is the implication there of like, okay, like maybe you need to, yeah, maybe you need to like counter boogaloo it. How would it work? Sonic boogaloo. Mm-mm. Let's see. Funky Town is Funky Town, like the song, right? I want to say, like, it's not exactly LARPing in Hawaii. Just thinking, when you think of like Hawaii 5.0, what decade do you think of? Because when I went to Hawaii, they were still filming Hawaii 5.0. Like, it's actually filmed in Hawaii, but it was actively being filmed, and I did not go there in like the 80s or 90s. I can tell you, I was drinking age when I went to Hawaii. Mm. I actually drank way too much okolehau. That's another Hawaiian word I know. Okolehau. It's a local liquor, and it's a local alcohol, I should say. It's pretty much like, I don't want to say it's like their vodka or rum, but it's kind of like a rum-ish. Not in taste, but like, I want to say commonality. It's tasty, but it's really strong. Mm, okay. Oh, okay. So I just have to watch out for if the people I know, if they are wearing a Hawaiian shirt and jeans and talking about a boogaloo. Do they have any wine? Um, I think they did have some wine, but I think I went for instead trying mead. They had a meadery in Hawaii. So I got to try mead, I got to try kombucha. Um, the mead was local from Hawaii, like not necessarily from the island I was on, um, but it was supposed to be like made locally. And I think I also got to try some beers, Hawaiian beers, but I don't necessarily know if I liked them because I don't really like beers. Now, I don't think I had any Hawaiian wine. Don't think. Positive energy and negative energy, Boogaloo. God, imagine like, okay, so you're a player, like, okay, so I guess that's the question of like, okay, so you're a lich, big bad evil guy or whatever, who's doing the Boogaloo to end the world or whatever, doing the Boogaloo to nefarious purposes, and finding out that the players are trying to figure out like, is it an electric Boogaloo? And no, it's a negative energy Boogaloo, and you have to counter it by doing a positive energy Boogaloo. So that's your balancing act, I guess, there, maybe. And the gray man? I don't know what the gray man look is. The gray man. It's just kind of a. Who are these people? I don't know these people. Um, well, the guy with the mustache or the guy who reminds me a little bit of Ryan Gosling. Okay. I mean, they just look like people for the most part for the gray man. If you're talking about like the Netflix. But yeah, that mustache is really. I guess it's the facial hair in general for these people. Like putting them in that category. But I also don't. Maybe I just don't encounter them so much because when I go out, it tends to be at night and I don't travel too far. And they don't really show up where I show up. Do they have any cereals or breakfast foods? I want to say I went to Hawaii. You think I woke up early enough to eat breakfast there? I had to switch to a day schedule there, unfortunately, because of the situation when I attended Hawaii. Everyone else was daylight, day walkers. But I didn't wake up early enough for breakfast. And even then, like, why not have fish for breakfast? That's totally valid. So lunch was fish. Also, I don't want to say it's a little cheaper, but like, it's right there. It's right there. Eat fish for breakfast or lunch. Mm-mm. A dance, a performative dance bard who has been scorned one too many times, initiating the boogaloo. Okay, I actually don't know if can I want to say I I've never noticed anyone concealed carrying. I don't know if it's really a thing where I live. I want to say I do know people who conceal carry, I think, but that's much more due to um, certain circumstances and not necessarily like I'm gonna I'm gonna save this Walmart because shut up. Not like that. Not like that. Oh yeah, onigiri there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I picked up more onigiri at like the end of days than at the beginning of days. Uh, mm, mm. Actually, if you've had the pre-wrapped onigiri with the like plastic wrapping on them, I know they're probably like really terrible for the environment because it's literally like a huge amount of plastic for one rice ball. But they do sell. There are places that sell those wrappers. You can make your own onigiri like that at home, so you don't have to. If you want to make onigiri, and have it for lunch later in the day, like breakfast, make onigiri before you go to work, or go out for a picnic. Let's say you can prepare. You can prepare them with the plastic wrap, and they'll be nice and crunchy. The seaweed and the rice will be good together then. Because I've done the long way, like, wrapping up in seaweed and then waiting an hour or two, and it gets weird. I'd rather it be fresh. Freshly wrapped is best. But then again, there's just like spam and egg, um, rice balls, and like, okay, if the wrapper is a little gummy there, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. It's spam and egg. It's not like high end. Mm, mm. You have jelly donuts. Jelly donuts. I have made onigiri for my lunches. I've actually been taking to do that. Um, Even now, like not even bringing them home, or not bringing them home, but more like so I've made them for like picnics, and I've also made them at home. for lunch. Like make up the rice. I don't like cooking, but I can to some extent. And like onigiri is really easy. Set up the rice cooker, uh, grab a fish of some sort, do some preparation work for that, like make the filling basically, or use leftovers for filling too. Um, like I think beef sukiyaki makes a fine insert as well. Or I guess curry isn't really suited. It's probably too wet. But you could theoretically use a bit of curry in a rice ball. But like make the rice balls um, and top them with furikake, and maybe grab out some seaweed for like a handhold, and then put them on a plate and bring them to the table for lunch. Or if you need to, do the classic move of studying or something like that while eating, like bring it to your study desk and have them set to the side, and hey look, you're like the lo-fi girl except you have onigiri. And then it's just more of a case of like, but if I were in an anime, that would have been my mother or an older sister or someone who would have brought me those onigiri, right? It's just kind of a it's just me. I am that figure. I am making my own. I am my own mother, own sister for this situation. So it's just like a little bit of salty tears mixed in there into the onigiri. Dash of salt on top. And like, I want to say, the food is always better if someone else makes it for you. So you kind of lose out on that when you make your own onigiri for like lunch to carry it up to your own desk for studying. It's just, if only. I have my own One-san. Yeah, when it comes to that, there are some times like, maybe it would be nice to live it with my parents again. And then it's kind of a nope. I think it's an okay price to pay to live apart, to not have that. And I can always head over there and visit if I want free food. It's always available. Never too old for that. As long as they're still cooking. Oh, thank you, Bangtown, for the follow. Are you supposed to be talking about Spellcraft still? If only anime meat was real. You can make something that kind of looks like it if you do lollipop style stuff. Yeah, you can lollipop certain types of chicken, or like bones, I should say, to get some of the look. You won't get the... Actually, I shouldn't say that. You might even be able to get the like stereotypical bone on each side of a big hunk of meat if you lollipop it or like French the meat. But you have to have the right cut of meat is the bigger issue, which they may or may not sell. I'm sure there's someone who's actually done that. And then you have like to use like a pinkish glaze on top or something like that, or to get the really nice look going on. Anime meat that tastes like chicken. You could do it. It doesn't have to be chicken. You can do other meats lollipop. I think I've seen lamb. And besides, you could do a really tasty barbecue chicken like that. I don't think that would be too far off. So you want red meat. You want red meat for it. That might be a little harder. Dinosaur looking shanks with the bone sticking out. Like I've had turkey, like a turkey leg, smoked turkey leg, and that's kind of similar, but part of it is just like, that's just so much, that's so much meat at once, and it's heavy. I'm lazy. I mean, you can buy entire sides of beef, and you can buy bigger chunks of things, whole racks of ribs. And just thinking like, like pork leg, that could also work. Ham, but it may not have the same like taste effect. And there's also the issue of like, I guess when it comes to larger chunks of meat, it's a lot harder to make sure that they're cooked all the way through, which is why the smoking comes in handy. Or any other low and slow type thing. Theme parks have turkey legs? I've never seen them at a theme park. I've only seen them at um period appropriate places, so to speak, where there aren't things like roller coasters. But yeah, yeah. I think that I think I don't think it would be terrible as long as you wait a bit in between. There are plenty of other gentle rides you can get but on. As long as you're not I want to say shotgunning roller coasters like you've only got 3 hours or 2 hours. I have done that. I have shotgunned roller coasters. Um, I think the most I've done was like, God, 8 or 11 roller coasters in like 2 or 3 hours, probably 2 hours. We were on a time limit, and by the last roller coaster, I was graying out on the ride. So it's kind of a yep, nope, no more for me. My body is saying no. mm, mm. God, that was so many roller coasters. That was crazy. That was. I have to wonder if that was a familial weakness or something because my brother had the same reaction around the same point, and um, there was someone else there who was not a part of the family, like not blood related, and they were absolutely fine. They were still wanting to go on more roller coasters. It's just sort of okay, okay. If you want to go alone, you can. We're not going to stop you, but we legit cannot join you. We might pass out. That would be bad. Passing out at a park. They were all over Six Flags. Okay, it makes sense that they're at Disneyland too. It makes sense that they're there. Um, I don't think I've seen them at Six Flags, but maybe I overlooked them. I've been to a few different Six Flags at that. But then again, I want to say some of them are probably no longer Six Flags. Yes, I think like the kind of thing that might be available in what is the name of it? Does it even still exist anymore? How many Six Flags are there? Six Flags. How many other Six Flags are there? Okay. Yeah, some of these are no longer. No. Okay. Interesting. It's kind of weird, like looking at one of them, like, this is an unusual state of being. This is an unusual state of being. And I wonder if this still exists. Do they have? Okay, former properties. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I would say, like, what they sell in Canada is not going to be the same as what they sell in California. It's not going to be the same as what they sell in Texas. No. It was really weird to find out, like, why Six Flags is named the way it is. No, but then you're just throwing money away, Rogettes, if you're just like vomiting up the turkey. That's just losing money. That's just losing money. And then you're still hungry afterwards. Theoretically, like your stomach's empty. But I guess you might be so queasy that it won't matter. But isn't Six Flags named because it's Six Flags over Texas? So, like literally, it's a flag for each flag of Texas. Like through the history. Like it's a kind of a neat concept of a name, but it doesn't quite make as much sense, when they moved out of Texas. But it's really cool that they have all these different names for the different parks. Like Six Flags over Texas being the original, Six Flags Magic Mountain, Six Flags Great America. Although it's kind of funny that they've got like Six Flags Great America and then Six Flags America. And then they have Great Adventure too. And the Great Escape. And then they just have La Ronde and Frontier City. Like, they're not Six Flags anymore? Or they never were? Oh, the vomitorium. Oh, the vomitorium concept. Yeah, but like it's a funny name, but it's not actually why it was called the vomitorium. Exactly. We're not. Oh, what is his name? Hedonism bot here. We're not hedonism bot here. And speaking of time traveling Romans, have you seen Thermae Rome? It's a very nice, I shouldn't say nice, it's an interesting anime about a time traveling Roman who steals ideas in the future to make his baths in the past. So, yeah, time traveling Romans are a problem. Time traveling Romans are a problem. Mm. Okay, I'm going to go back to the spellcraft section. Back to the Future with Romans, anime format. So maybe, maybe, maybe it might be a little bit more meta than that. And also, it's not like he was intentionally traveling to the future. He didn't build anything for it, or rather, he didn't build anything special for it. Just take a nice bath and then slip into the future. So, spellcraft. Okay, I don't remember if I left off on this, but I think I left off on identify the properties of a magic item using detect magic. 15 plus the item's caster level. The sports almanac. It's a sports almanac. I'm pretty certain anyway. It's kind of a do people know what an almanac is these days? Have you ever had to use an almanac? Do you know what an actual encyclopedia looks like? Have you ever had to look up something in an encyclopedia? Have you ever had to use a card catalog system? Decipher a scroll for spellcraft is a DC of 20 plus the spell level. And craft a magic item is varies by item. Okay, I did cover that. Okay. I've actually got... Oh no, these are long. These are a little long. Actually, there is actually something that I need to do. Oh god. Okay, that's the class, never mind. It's just kind of... these are very, very long. Not like very, very long, I should say. They are a bit long. You should see them in the shelf in line at the grocery store. That kind of makes sense. And thank you for the follow, Golem. Golem in the gears. Okay. Yes, I suppose that is an almanac. I kind of forgot that those exist, those lines. Or other, like, the books in them, the tabloids. I just kind of gloss over them entirely. At least that's what almanacs are currently used as. It's kind of like who actually bought them? I guess people who were into sports. For the sports almanac. All I really know about otherwise is like a farmer's almanac. I think Benjamin Franklin wrote one of that. Like for America. So really like looking for what an almanac is, and it's kind of it's a weird little book. A weird little book of everything they can jam in there. Mm, mm. Like, people can predict the weather that far in the future. I want to say I used to look up the weather quite a bit online, but it's gotten a little bit more annoying now that it's like, ads everywhere. That, and I want to say I don't necessarily have to go out quite as much anymore. So it's just kind of a case of, is it raining today? Is it actively raining? If it is, I don't have to water my plants. If it is not, I should probably water them. Mm. And the same thing for like the weather prediction is just kind of planting. After first frost, I hope you don't get screwed over. I hope you don't accidentally plant them too early because the almanac said so. And then you lose everything because the frost has come back. Or last frost, rather. Last frost. I mean, there is such a thing as first frost too, but it has not hit me yet. It has not hit me yet, although it's only a matter of time. There's some, I mean, I want to say there's a hurricane hitting soon, right? And have they actually determined, like, has it hit the US yet, actually? Or are they still working out, like, what the exact path is? Because, like, maybe you can predict, like, very, 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 very general things, like, hey, El Nino, La Nina, that sort of thing. But it's another thing to try to prepare for, like, a particularly bad hurricane. The first rain of the season? What season? Like autumn? Or something like that? Because otherwise, the only real thing I can think of when it comes to first rain of the season is the first rain, quote unquote, of winter should be a snow. It really should be. Granted, I've lived in places where your first rain of the season of winter is going to be snow because it's already been snowing for 2 months. But, like, it's really nice when you can have that feeling. Early snow, first snow, pristine snow. Weather rocks? I used to know a number of Boy Scouts, but I was not a Boy Scout. And I don't know what weather rocks are. It may have been something that they mentioned, unless it's one of those like super secret things you're not supposed to talk about with anyone, like what happens in the camps, or what happens in the Chent. So no, I don't remember weather rocks. I don't remember weather rocks. Are they supposed to predict it? Are they like divining tools? Oh, okay. I'm watered. I'm teed. Mm. Weather rocks are always right. Okay, I think I've heard of them, but in the context of like more general gardening tools. Like, yes, you want your spot for your weather rock. As opposed to like, I guess, a barometer or something, or a thermometer. Fall rain rolls slowly in for me. I'm teed. I'm drinking tea, but now my tea is gone. I'm out of tea. A fall rain. I think I've already had my first fall rains, but it's been raining more often now since I think August has passed by. September has been much more rainy, which has been great for the garden. But it's also been a little bit colder. I have so many peppers I need to pick. So many peppers to pick. I'm sure weather rocks are also incredibly useful for those places where the weather changes every 20 minutes. Every 20 minutes. What kind of peppers? I have Jedi peppers, which are, I think, a jalapeno. I have red hot chili peppers, I think. Like, they're tiny cherry peppers. I have orange habanero. I have buchalokia ghost peppers. And I think I'm missing one type. Okay. I have the Jedi, the buchalokia, the little red ones, and the orange ones. I think that's all my peppers. Umbrellas? Umbrellas? I don't have any umbrellas. Do I need to pronounce another word better? So my garden has a lot of tomatoes and a lot of peppers, and I actually really don't like peppers or tomatoes very much. But those are the most of the edible things. Although I really do need to. I'm growing shiso. Oh, shishito. I'm growing shishito peppers too. I knew I forgot something. Uh, I also have shiso leaves, red and green, and I really need to pick those and dry them so I can make my own furikake with them. Because that's apparently one of the major uses for them. I bought them, not really thinking about how I would use them. The oba leaves and such. I don't have any umbrellas. I I don't. I have umbrellas, but I don't have any like. I don't really use umbrellas. I think that's a very actually common thing for Americans. They have umbrellas, but unless it's really bad, they don't bother using them very often. Like it's just a hassle. And there's no real place to like put them when they're drying and stuff in a lot of places. So you're just carrying around this wet thing. If you have your own cover for it, it's gonna go weird and it's gonna smell. Unlike Japan, where they had like umbrella stands right by the entrance of the store, so you could set your umbrella there to dry. So yeah, just there's no place like that in America. I feel like if there was, people would steal your umbrella. People would just steal your umbrella. So you better not have a good one. Or even if you have like a not good one, someone's going to take it just because they can, or because they didn't bring one and they need one going out. Mm-mm. Yeah, I think that a lot of Americans wouldn't bother with the umbrella. Even, oh well, they wouldn't walk along the highways, mostly because that would be incredibly dangerous. That would be incredibly dangerous. I do see a lot of walkers in my area, but I don't actually really look out a whole lot to see if they're using umbrellas. Be more careful with them so they don't break. I get that. It is sometimes nice to walk in the rain. I've also enjoyed cycling in the rain. That was fun, but also a little dangerous. Just a little dangerous. But I suppose with more practice, it would get easier. But it's nice as long as. I also want to say it depends on where you are, because I think that like raining by a road would not be so pleasant, like the smells that arise from that. But if you're in other places, it could be really enjoyable. Like there is a scent associated with smell, or with the scent of the first rain in a long time. Vented umbrellas? Vented umbrellas. Oh, also another reason why Americans might not use umbrellas so much might be because of our heavy reliance on cars. So like, with the way cars are and with the way like car parks are usually set up, you don't usually need to walk very far outside in order to get to some place where there's cover. So like, in a lot of people's cases, it might be they leave their house and walk to their car, and they might not even need to go outside to get to their car. So like just a minute or two of being in the rain, and then you have your commute where you're not in the rain, and then you park at your work, and then again it's probably only another minute or two in the rain. So like, why bother with an umbrella in that situation? Yes, in New York City, umbrellas are much more common when you walk everywhere or use the subway. Like you can do both. And I want to say, it's not your car who cares about bringing a wet umbrella on the subway. It's not your car. And the same thing, I suppose, with taxis and stuff too. That's someone else's problem. But it's someone else's problem. 2 canopies? Yeah, empty cycling paths are nice. I unfortunately don't get that very often, but at the same time, I want to say like they're nice. It's also really scary to be on a cycling path alone. It's really scary. Like, if you're in an urban area, it can be a bit scary. And if you're in like a wooded area or a more marshy area or a grassy area. I mean grassy as in like meadowy, tall grass, not not like lawn grass. That's also kind of scary because who knows what's around? Who knows what's around? Like, sure, you can see straight ahead and behind you on the path, hopefully, as long as there aren't too many winding bits. But if there are winding bits, then you're moving quite fast, but something can very easily trip you up. Something can very, very easily trip you up. I've also gone cycling along paths, along shorelines, and that's actually really nice because then you only have to worry about one side, the side that isn't on the ocean, because there's nothing going to be coming out of the ocean. This isn't Gyo. This is not Gyo. It'll be fine. Mm. Behind neighborhoods and playgrounds and things and restaurants. The one of the bike paths near me also was like that. It's also like that. But they're also it's a long one. It's got other things as well. Okay. I really wanted to get through the rest, but it's been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. I don't think I'm gonna get through the last 4 in any sort of timely manner. And I actually I have something I need to do in a short amount of time. So let's see, who is doing what now? Who is doing what? Let's see. Is doing what? Me. Check this. Oh wait. What have I done? What have I done? Umbrella phase. Wait, there's a umbrella phase. It's like umbrella. Umbrella. What's the phrase? Umbrella. Like connoisseur. Are you an umbrella connoisseur? Is that how it goes? Okay. Who is doing a reading Saturday? On Saturday, I'm going to umbrella phase. I'm going to be playing at, I believe it's 1 p.m. on Dr. Conrad's channel. Let me shout out that if I can, since it seems like it's gonna work now. I hope, I'm like pretty certain this is him. If it isn't, okay, I've been shouting at the wrong person. Like, how do you spell his name? I'm following him. Where is his VTuber? Okay, yeah, it is this. Okay, so like this is Dr. Conrad, and I will be there, and I will also be hosting at 1 p.m. I believe. And I don't know how long that's going to run. I don't know if I'm going to do anything afterwards on my own channel, like a Saturday stream. I don't have anything planned yet, but I can tweet about it after the game if I will be doing anything. And what's my Twitter? So I will be posting about any stream that I might do after that on Twitter. And all else fails, I will be back to reading on Sunday at 5 p.m. I'll be back to reading on Sunday, 5 p.m. Either more Pathfinder, or if I'm Pathfindered out, I might switch back to Dungeon World. We will have to see how it goes. Also might depend on how salty I am about the game. Like, if I'm knocked out in 2 rounds again, I think it shouldn't happen. I'm probably not gonna get salty. Reading at 5 for 5 hours. Good night. Good. Let's see. What is this? Playing with my dice again? Okay, talking Japanese. Oh, bedtime story. This one's a bedtime story. Let's hear the bedtime story. This one's doing hurricane ASMR. Oh my god. We finished Spellcraft. It's just what came after Spellcraft. I'll just have to do more studying in my off time. I'll just have to do more studying in my off time. Okay, what is this? What is this? I understand why people who are doing ASMR have like ads at the beginning. It's just frustrating still. Okay. Oh no. No, he's finishing. He's finishing. Okay. So I can't use that person because he's literally like about to finish too. Okay. Uh Now I have to start the process over again. I closed that window instead of backing out. I don't know. I lost my head. It feels like when I turn on the stream, like the brain kind of slips out for a long break. And the brain just falls out for a long break. Okay. This is doing stuff. What about this one again? And this one. Mm. Okay. Oh, I think I've raided into this person before. The one who's playing with her dice. Okay. We'll go over to her. So I think she's like tapping. She has a 3DO. Sounds pretty good. Okay. So, someone who's going to be playing with her dice. So I hope you enjoy that, coming from reading about it to actually maybe hearing more natural noises from it. So, again, I will be playing on Red Stream on Saturday at 1. Thank you, and I hope you sleep well, for those who are going to be sleeping after this. And have a good night.